The Commission meeting of the City of St. Pete Beach. Today is Tuesday, June 10th, 2025. It is 6 p.m. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Marriott.
Here.
Commissioner Robinson.
Here.
Commissioner Riznicki.
Here.
Commissioner Mulholland.
Here.
And Mayor Petrilla.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. First, we will start with presentations. Do we have any?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Laura Canary, Community Development Director. This evening I'll be giving a brief update on Helene and Milton recovery updates, as well as we're going to touch on hurricane preparedness a little bit. As we had said at the last meeting, we're going to start transitioning into some highlights on what we're doing as it pertains to preparedness. So again, first we're going to go over the permits, damage determinations, appeals, and the next steps in our processes. And then we're going to talk about, again, some of the things that we're doing as it pertains to preparedness. Looking at our permits to date, so through June 1st, we've received just under 4,500 applications that have been submitted. Our daily average intake is 269. We're hitting about 54 on average a day, so we're getting closer to that goal of issuing 60 a day. We're averaging 103 inspections a day, and the primary challenges, again, it hasn't really changed. It's just that documentation, and as part of the SD determinations, what we're requesting in the back and forth with individuals on that documentation. Looking at the breakdown on the right, we've had 3,385 permits issued. We have 300 that are not in review received, again, meaning we need additional information. And then we have 142 that are actually in review, 420 that are closed, and then 202 that's in that other category. Again, those can be permits that were maybe abandoned or left and that don't fall nicely in any of our other categories. Just a couple updates as far as permit processing goes. We are actually waiting on a response from FDEM to determine the variance process for the raising of mechanical equipment. And I know the city attorney may want to add any information that he has on that, but we are currently working with the attorney to devise what that variance process looks like for us.
I think DEM has said they'd prefer we not use the word variance, that we look at other terminology. And they are providing us some additional guidance this week after they have a meeting with the Technical Advisory Committee from FEMA.
Thank you. And then we're also working with legal to outline the process for disputing a building official's determination. And again, Ralph, I don't know if you have anything else to add on that one.
We've looked into appeals from building official determinations, or as what Pinellas County calls it, building director. Under the Florida Building Code, the building permit valuations fall under Florida Building Code 109.3. And I can distribute some of this information. If the building director, which is the building official, has a valuation that citizen feels is incorrect, he's certainly able to look at additional information and change his mind. So the first step would be to provide the building official with additional information. If the building official makes a determination, a final determination that you disagree with, the appeal goes to the Pinellas County Construction Licensing Board. And I have the information on how to file such an appeal. It's $100, and it's scheduled before the PCCLB. And the good thing about the PCCLB is they have building officials and they have technical experts that sit on that board as opposed to a board of appointed laypersons. And so that's where those would go. And they have a schedule where they hear these applications again in July, and September, and November for 2025. So I'll distribute those here.
Thank you.
We'll put one in the back of the room and one to the clerk's office too.
I believe this was my question anyway, and it wasn't really the building official. It was the floodplain manager.
Okay, I think that we've looked into,
Different processes for the building official determination of building permit valuations. That's all done by the building official,
Okay,
and those go to the PCCLB.
right, so,
Floodplain determinations are different, and those are handled currently right now in our code. We have a section where it would come to the city council under 98-126. But we're looking into establishing an alternative process so that another certified floodplain manager would review the determinations so that we ensure these determinations are still made by a certified floodplain manager. That'll be part of the ordinance that we're bringing back to you once we hear back from FDEM and the Technical Advisory Committee on our floodplain management ordinance, which will have criteria and appeals and exceptions and perhaps deviations rather than variances.
thank you. I know that that was not what was written in FEMA's P 758 as what it directed to be.
Yeah, the FEMA guidance says that local governments can establish their own process, and what we want to do is establish a process with a technical review of the certified floodplain manager's decisions by another certified floodplain manager. That will get us past any issues that arise with a layperson overruling a CFM on a real technical issue.
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Moving on to substantial and non-substantial damage determinations. To date, we have 3,520 assessments completed. That number now does include all of the tidal basin work, the workforce group, and then as well as the in-house assessments that were conducted. That final batch of the 637 letters of the SD assessments has been mailed out, and we continue to just review and file and then receive comments back. As you can imagine, some of those determinations, it's maybe the first time that they're receiving a determination. The breakdown of those letters on the right is of those 1,693 are non-substantially damaged, 826 substantially damaged. As far as appeals go, through that 6/1 date, we've received 948 appeals. 187 of those are in progress, and 761 are approved. Just a reminder that any photos, background information, any history, again, that can be helpful when making that determination through the appeals process is very helpful and requested. So next steps from here, we're going to continue to work through the responses from the last batch of letters that went out. So we're basically, as we receive responses to those, we have those categorized, and then we're documenting that accordingly. And then we're continuing to process SD appeals, including those that require an additional field assessment by our individuals at this time. And then at that point, we're going to do a final cross-reference of any pre-firm properties with SD determinations, and then compare that to permits that we have on file or that have been closed out. I just want to correct myself because this number 3 is important, because basically after this step, we can confidently say that any property that was pre-firm should have received an SD determination, whether it was substantially damaged or not substantially damaged. If it was pre-firm, you should have received something. So I said that incorrectly last time, but again, that's hopefully we'll get any stragglers at that point. Just one more reminder on the Pinellas County recover.pinellas.gov website that plan is updated now and on their website, as well as the presentations are available for viewing that talk about the $813 million and how that's going to be allocated and divvied up amongst the communities. Now moving on to hurricane preparedness. So within the city, there's many staff members that continue to take the NIMS training and ICS training, and so we do that on an individual basis, but we are gathering, like for example in community development, we did some training for our department where the group got together so we could facilitate some discussion around it, and then they went back and did their individual testing. But we're trying, it's not only mandatory, but it also is a really good opportunity for us to kind of talk through some of those things as a team and maybe, revisit what maybe didn't work well last time or what we think could work better moving forward. We also had some damage assessment training with Pinellas County, so they came out to community development and provided training, and it was great to see how they're already making tweaks and changes on their end so that in the event that this ever happens again, there's going to be some more streamlined processes in place and how we coordinate with them and how those initial damage assessments are kind of, relayed up. And then we have a tabletop exercise scheduled for the 16th of this month. We're currently updating our comprehensive emergency management plan, as well as the departmental emergency plans, and then also the substantial damage administrative plan. That was the one that we kind of touched on a little bit last time, which is really the details of the substantial damage determination process and how we go about that moving forward. There was a Hurricane Expo this past Saturday. Thank you to everyone that was able to come out. Really appreciate it. We had about 140 attendees, according to Kelly and Fire, and she said that there were some really good discussions occurring again, and just obviously a lot of lessons learned. And so, again, just thank you to the community and the volunteers and everyone that's been kind of working together on this, and as we enter into this hurricane season. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yeah, I have a question all the way back on one of your very first slides about permitting. It talked about the number of permits being submitted as a daily average number, and is that 269? Is that just the math? Is that just the total amount that have been submitted divided by the number of days it's been, or are we currently getting that many permit applications a day today?
Yes, no, that's an ongoing, we're continuing the average, but that's calculating on average since the beginning, but and so it's cumulative to answer
Okay.
your question, yeah.
Okay, so today that number is probably significantly less than that
Yes.
than that average number. Okay, and on the permits, I'm assuming that as we're getting farther away from the actual events, that we're starting to get more of kind of what you would consider normal permits, and probably more, like new construction permits and that sort of thing. Do you currently feel like our staffing levels are solid for the kinds of permit applications we're getting right now, and our ability to deal with those and kind of going forward? Are we, do we have, do we have some kind of a, because I know when we authorize the spending for our temporary employees or permanent whatever.
Limited term duration.
Yes, there we go. That there's a time period that we have them for. Do we feel like we're on track for how long we're going to need that, or do we have any kind of projections about how that's going?
Yes, we've talked amongst our team about that, and for the time being, we feel that very comfortable. Of course, we're not ready to release anyone, but we know that it's kind of ebbs and flows, and so whereas we're now working on a lot of the appeals, and that can be a little bit of a lengthier process and back and forth, so, but we feel confident that assuming that we just continue to move forward and progress as we are, that hopefully by the time that limited term duration employment status, that time frame is up, that we'll be in a good position to either say, maybe it's, one of those or two of those that are still needed just based on what the demand is at that time. But we are comfortable saying that we feel like we're in a good place now, and that especially with just some of these are just taking a little bit longer. But the good thing is that it's a little bit of a different process at this point as they transition into the appeals. They're quite familiar with the process, if that makes more sense as well. Our team is, and so they're able to kind of expedite accordingly as they get just more familiar with what's needed and being able to get ahead of some of those things as they talk to individuals of what they've encountered previously, and to be able to kind of factor that into how we handle it.
Perfect, thank you.
Commissioner Robinson?
As far as demo permits, what is the length of time typical to get a demo permit? I've just been hearing a lot of people, it's been a lengthy process.
I don't know the answer to that, an average amount of time. I can get an answer for you and get back to you on
Okay,
that.
great. Thank you. And final closeouts, those are still on permits, are 10 days?
They should be, yes. That's what we're trying to adhere to.
Commissioner Mulholland?
Yeah, I just want to clarify something that the assistant city manager and I had a brief exchange the last meeting on, and that's SOP, Standing Operating Procedure, for these type of events moving forward, because there really wasn't one pre-storm. And there was a lot of discussion about the fire department, and they're well read in on how to react to natural disasters and disasters, et cetera, et cetera. And I just want to clarify, my concern was more with management and the commission, because there's a lot more turnover there than there is with the fire department. And moving forward, who will be charged? And I say moving forward, like fairly soon. We're already in hurricane season, but, you know, I think a lot of us are just going to have to cross our fingers this hurricane season. But moving forward, who or what group are going to be charged with writing an SOP for the city for those that don't work for the fire department? Because there's a lot more to it than the fire department. I think we all trust that the fire department is going to be well read in on natural disasters and the like. But management of the city, decision makers of the city, I mean, I was never handed an SOP that said for a natural disaster, and we have emergency meetings, and, you know, these decisions will need to be made. Obviously, I have some background on that, but still, there was nothing there. And I would hope moving forward that managers and commissions will have some type of SOP, particularly as it relates to FEMA and the Florida Department of Emergency Management, et cetera. And some of those things that we all got tripped up with, or that became very difficult, that we had to work through, that didn't allow us to be as expeditious as maybe we would have otherwise been. So you care to comment on that?
Sure. I'll just say that from my understanding, it's two-part, and then I'll hand it over to Adam or Francis. Excuse me?
Fire chief.
Okay, and the chief. But I know that one of the things that I've been asked to do is update our departmental plan, which is more of the specifics of our department and the functions as it pertains, and then how that rolls up into the comprehensive emergency plan. You know, that's the second part. And then second to that, you know, I've been working with the chief, because I know that he's been working on the EOC assignments and whatnot, and that's part of it as well. So, but at the departmental level and manager level, I've been involving the managers and really all of our staff team members to develop that plan together, because there were people, for example, at the permit counter that learned things through this process that we wanted to capture in that SOP moving forward.
So should I assume that that means that the departments will be able to, even if somebody's new on the job, well brief the commission so they can make better decisions?
I'll tell you that we were very careful to be mindful of that people change, and so where we started talking about assignments and whatnot, and then responsibilities, we made sure to make it very specific to that individual, not the individual, but that title of the agency, if that makes sense, so that whoever is in that position can ideally step in and know where they fit in right away from day one. Because to your point, I know that we had a plan, but I know the plan, for example, for community development hadn't been updated in a few years. So.
Yes, sir. So it's a learning lesson for, Helene and Milton. Nothing as devastating as that has ever occurred in my lifetime here. So with that said, we've gone through an analysis of the plan. We've added some bench depth in positions. We've created a position checklist. We've assigned not only certain positions to the org chart for the EOC and for positions below the actual EOC command staff. So we're fleshing out that plan based on lessons learned and moving forward. We've met with FEMA. We've met with the Florida Department of Emergency Management multiple times. We've met with our county partners. We've met with our internal partners inside the city through our SWOT analysis. So through all of that kind of information gathering, that's what's shaping the plan and moving it forward. It's an ongoing process. Every year, every event, something's different. So we are improving as we move forward.
Well, and thank you, Chief, although candidly, while you guys aren't perfect, I'm less concerned about the fire department and more concerned about management and the commission moving forward, to be honest with you. I definitely want to be certain that we don't get caught with our pants down again, because this was very, very difficult. And it made it very difficult on the residents because management was not prepared. And nobody's ever prepared for these type of situations. I get that. But I do trust that the leadership that we have here will do more. But I absolutely want to say my piece about that. There's a lot to be done. And I think it needs to be reviewed annually. And whether we need to budget a person for that or an outside resource to review the plan or whatever it is, the city needs to be much more on top of things from a decision-making perspective, and how that impacts the residents in the instance of one of these disasters. So, and I'm happy to hear that you folks are self-evaluating as well and continuously improvement mentality, which is important. But I do hope that the city as a whole will be better prepared from a management perspective. Lord forbid, should another one of these events happen. So thank you. No questions.
Thank you. Are there any amendments to the agenda as proposed?
I'd like to make amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to add Paso Grill parking sales or private parking sales and residential permit sales.
I have 2 items to add.
Commissioner Woznicki?
I wanted to move consent item C for discussion. I mean, not discussion, but action. And then also add for discussion waiving permit fees and CUPs.
I'm sorry, what was the second one? Permit fees and what?
CUPs. Cups, conditional.
Commissioner Robinson?
I wanted to add to discussion item, discussing some sort of report line or some sort of reporting that residents can do regarding contractors and illegal contractors or those working without licenses, et cetera, or complaints in general for their contractors, so that is available citywide, so people know who they should watch out for and if they've had issues. And also, I did mention this to our city attorney about discussions on a possibility of doing a 10% cap or some sort of cap for corporate ownership in residential neighborhoods. I just was in Indianapolis and they do something similar there.
Okay, any other changes? Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I make a motion to approve the amended June 10, 2025 agenda.
Second.
City Clerk, if you please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruznicki,
Yes.
Commissioner Mulholland,
Yes.
and Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Looks like we have 2 reports in here. Is there a second one coming, or did we do the first one on the first one?
Yes, that's we already did that one. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have audience comments. If you would like to speak on a general topic not related to anything on the agenda, there are comment cards in the back. They are yellow. You can fill those out. If you want to speak on a specific issue, you can fill out that same card and then note the item that you would like to speak on. When you come forward, you have 3 minutes. You'll state your name and your address for the record. And we'll ask everyone else to just give you the opportunity, uninterrupted, to say what it is you have to say. And for everyone else, we're going to ask that you allow the speaker to say their piece, allow them to speak uninterrupted, no clapping, no cheering, no booing, and if you'll please silence your cell phones as well. City Clerk, do we have any general audience comments?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mark Kanek,
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
First one, huh? My name is Mark Kanak, K-A-N-A-K. Address is 3693 Bella Vista Drive East. So appreciate the opportunity to speak to the council. Like everybody else, we've been through a lot, and we are still displaced. In our particular situation, our first letter of substantial damage was at 30-some%. And I felt like it was beneficial to us as a couple to try to apply for some of the FEMA money. So I appealed that letter of substantial damage, much to the surprise of some of the people in City Hall when I talked to them. And I got the substantial damage increased to 79%, so we could apply for some of the grant money. It appears to me, and I'm here kind of asking for some help, that all the neighbors along our street are rapidly moving back in. They've been permitted, they've been renovated, they're done. Saw a neighbor today that said we moved back in 2 days ago. And it almost feels almost punitive that we're elevating and we have way more hurdles to jump through. And by way of example, today I got an email asking for a landscape plan for our elevated home. Now, I'm not even sure what the grounds of our home are going to look like. They have not begun the procedure yet. But I'm not going to spend $500,000 to elevate the home and not landscape it, I can assure you. But I would just urge the City Council to continue to try to streamline this process, particularly as it pertains to elevation of the properties, so that we can get going. We're already nervous that we're already in hurricane season again, and as you all probably know, the elevation process takes 3 to 4 months, so we're kind of crossing our fingers already. So that's kind of my what I had to say, so I appreciate your attention to this.
Thank you, sir. And I'll respond only because this has come up multiple times from from a lot of our residents. I'll receive emails about this issue. And the best way I can explain it is that there are certain things that you have to abide by the Florida Building Code that every city, including St. Pete Beach, is subject to. And when you're renovating your home, for example, if you had 2 feet of flooding and you're replacing drywall and electrical, there's certain things you have to do for that versus when you are tearing down a house, or if you're elevating a house, or if you're building a second floor on top, then there are different things that you have to do that you would not necessarily have to do if you were just renovating, and vice versa as well. So they have to do things you wouldn't have to. And so because of that, we have to go through that process based on the Florida Building Code, and that's why we have a licensed building official who reviews all those things. So they're not arbitrarily designed to impede the process, but rather that's a process that we have to follow. And as we've discussed many times during the last 6-7 months as we're working through the processes, particularly with FEMA, who looks at our insurance rating, and then one of the things that they look at when they determine whether we're going to be subject to an audit, for example, and when they do audit, and we're operating under the assumption that at some point in the next year or two they will come and audit us, is to look and see how is our process different from the way it was before storm. And where they tend to start really scrutinizing cities is cities that have a different process, where they significantly change their process. So if before the building code said this and we followed that exactly this way, and then after the storm, we started changing that process, sometimes arbitrarily, sometimes without necessarily going through the normal steps that we would do with ordinance changes, that's where FEMA comes back and says, look, you didn't follow the process, and we may reduce your insurance rating, which then makes it difficult for everybody who lives in the city. And so I'm not sure exactly what your situation is, but that is exactly what happens. So a landscaping plan would not be required if you're just renovating your home, but if you're elevating the home, if you're putting in a new driveway, if you're putting a new access to the second floor, those things are required. And it's not done because we want to make it particularly difficult for you, but it is the process that everybody has to go through for that type of permit. I hope that makes sense. I'm not saying that's going to make you feel better, but that is the reason why we have to go through that process. For any of you at any point, if you have a particular issue with your permit, feel free to email me or your commissioner, reference the permit number and the address. And then generally what will happen is I'll pass it on to staff and say, can you please provide us additional details as to exactly what's going on here? And they'll generally provide us a detailed report within 24 to 48 hours. It's okay, here's the reason why we're asking for these things. And they'll usually cite the Florida Building Code or one of our ordinances that says, here's the reason why we have to do those things. I hope that helps. City Clerk,
Paolo Amanati.
if you please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Paolo Amanati. Good evening. I live in 230 Lido Drive. The reason why I'm here tonight is because I have an issue with my air conditioner that it has not been basically reported when I asked for the permit initially, because not having insurance, I got so many expenses to cover, and I was told that there was a chance to be able to revive this unit, which actually by changing the capacitor, we were able to use it basically up to now. But I was also told if salt water got inside, eventually it's going to die off. And actually we got to the point now. So today I came over and to the building department asking to add to my original documents a request for a permit for the air conditioner, and I was told that it was going to be a charge, which I was really surprised because the problem really actually originated 9 months ago, and we have been going through all this. I'm sure a lot of people just like us, displacing from the home, we had to work for the mold that is set into the home, spray inside and whatever. So really, it's not, I don't even know how much it's going to cost, because the person that I did talk to did not know exactly how much it was going to be, but that's not the point. The point either is $100, is $10, makes no difference. I don't really think that it should be done. What we read before when it says, I'm glad the Pinellas County said that putting people first. That's what's written over there. I don't think that I've been put first. I think that really actually, in spite of all the problems that I had, but I have to thank the people that I did work with in the department, because they've been really helpful. I didn't know anything about it. Like the chief fire department before said, it never happened in his lifetime. I moved to Florida in '92. I never experienced something like that, thanks God. And so I am glad that I received some help. But definitely, I was not really happy today when I was told that in spite of all the expenses that I had to incur, and I'm still incurring because I'm not even finished yet after 9 months, I had to pay even more for something that really actually was caused by Eileen. So what I'm saying is that I think that we should give maybe a year to the people, and each additional time that you got to go back, they got to look at it and make sure that it's related to it. And if it's related to it, allow the people just like me not to be charged extra money for something that unfortunately we all have to go through with it. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Mary McReynolds.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Mary McReynolds, 3103 South de Bazan. I realize the city has new members, and you are willing to do something about the flooding, finally. I will reiterate that I stated in 2023 what I said to the commission after the Adalia and December 23 flooding. This should be a top priority because it is a health hazard to have sewage, dog and fish poop inside our homes when it floods. Shuffleboard, palm trees, flowers, and bicycle routes are pretty important, but I think you will agree that biohazard tops them. For heaven's sake, we had bioluminescence and sewage in our living room, kitchen, and mom's bedroom during Helene. This is dangerous. I still don't believe you guys are making it a priority. Thank you for listening tonight, and I agree with the gentleman that said, let's put the people first.
Thank you.
Vincent Tamenia?
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Vincent Torminia, 3514 Casablanca Avenue. I'm trying to work with everyone. I have been asking people around, and they're willing to chip into a certain amount of money to make an offset on these seawalls and stuff like that. So in all the subdivisions, and I also want to know why that since 2010, we've been paying for storm sewers that we do not have in any subdivisions. That's a problem. So with that, I've been asking people with the seawalls and everything, they're willing, even people that are not on the water are willing to pay $250 as a resident just towards, putting it towards the seawalls to make them higher and more efficient and everything else. And the ones that I was promoting that I gave to Candom and everything, and Francis and Adrian, and I sent it to all of you, that it goes in front of the old seawall, which there's less demolition to be done. So, and it creates sea life and all that other kind of stuff. But mostly we need to do something about the flooding, especially in the Don Cesar area. And I would like to know what's going on with the state investigations that I asked Ralph, the city attorney, on the former commission that took a lot of money, and it's in the Bahamas. So I want it back, in plain English. But there was a lot of things done from the former commission. And like I wrote to each one of you, you guys are not to blame for what the past commission did. But we need you guys to help us fix it and get it done and make the last commission be liable for what they did and not just walk away. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Kathy Garchow?
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Kathy Garshaw, 3607 Casablanca. So first, just thank you, because I know we've been through a lot together this last year. I really do value where we're going directionally, really healthy conversations around the financial direction. I've been spending some time, significant amount of time, with as part of the Don Cesar Property Owner Corporation, so I'm on the board, so I also represent the neighborhood from that standpoint. And having kind of sifted through a lot of the financial documents, I just wanted to share a few things. I think you all know my passion has really been about resiliency and flooding. So I thought I'd just start with this first.
Yeah, you can just tell them.
This is my first fun image, just to kind of level set what I walk my dog past every day. That's 36 in Casablanca. I'm not really sure what that is anymore, but I think it's supposed to be for stormwater. So that's one of the reasons why I care. I've had some really great conversations with the city recently even, and thank you for pointing out this hazard mitigation grant, which unfortunately looks like it closes for us July 25th. But I just highlighted the one nugget here, which, by the way, is very dated. They shared this in a presentation online, which I listened to the majority of. And for us to just digest the fact that in 2017, we were saying $6 spent in prevention, or is what we're preventing as we look at $1 that we invest. And now how that really could snowball in terms of where we're at today as we look at just for a couple of neighborhoods, maybe Don Cesar and Boca Ciega being 30 million. But if you project this, we're really investing, maybe 100 million in prevention. And we know the dollar is not worth what it was. So I wanted to highlight that too. I was just mentioning with Devin, I think you all know we instituted a resiliency fund, but it really hasn't been funded. So I just wanted to make sure that while that's no longer really making the conversation, the question is, should this fund exist? If it is, should it be funded differently? How would it be funded differently if we were taking resiliency as a strategic priority for the city? If not, then maybe we sunset it. I looked at all of the items that were listed in the stormwater fund, and I've just highlighted majority of the neighborhoods have a resiliency adaptation plan called out over the next 5 years. And what it would equate to is we'd need about $25 million in funding each year to be able to then look at our city more holistically.
Thank you.
Do you get to speak long as part of a neighborhood?
If you sign up as such, and if you have 4 other people with you, then yes.
I have 4 people.
Okay.
Did this?
Okay.
It's all or nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Patricia Armstrong.
Just to make sure that we're clear on how the procedure works, if you would like to speak on behalf of a group, so for example, if you're the association president, right, and you have 4 of your residents with you and they give up the entirety of their time, not 1 minute or 2 minutes, but the entirety of their time, they have to be present. When the speaker comes up, they have to fill out a comment card and allocate their time. And we do that so that the process is fair for everyone. Thank you.
Patricia Armstrong, 3521 Casablanca Avenue. I'm going to reiterate what my neighbor Kathy said. Thank you for what you're doing on our behalf. It's not easy. What you're doing, I know you're all part of our community as well, in particular Betty, our commissioner. 2 things on my card. The first one is the SISD letters. Upon successfully appealing the SISD from above 50% to below 50%, can we have that first SISD letter taken off our house and just have the successfully appealed one? That's number 1. Number 2, to Karen Marriott's point earlier, with regards to the reclaimed water, I am all for keeping it. I understand at best it's break even. Probably it's going to be not a revenue generator for sure, but I'm not in love with my lawn, but there's also sort of a sustainability, conservation. I would think it prevents erosion, having all that root system in place, particularly since we're so close to the water, runoff, et cetera. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deb Scheckner.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Deborah Scheckner, Boca Ciega Isle Drive in St. Pete Beach. First thing I want to mention is really for boaters. I've noticed the water behind my house has changed drastically, where we would have a very long stretch of a sandbar only in the winter at low tide. We not only have that stretch of sandbar, but closer to my side of the island, there's another one forming. So I have no idea if the Coast Guard or NOAA, whoever can take a look, drones or whatever, at our waterways, because it could get dangerous. I attended the technical review board the other day, and several documents were still needed that the applicant didn't have. Our staff, luckily enough, had very good questions. There was some questions about the traffic study. It almost sounded as though there were different traffic studies that they've done and average it out. We have real infrastructure needs in St. Pete Beach, and we need to do something about the fees for building here in St. Pete Beach. We can't bear all of it as residents, and nor should we. So when these large hotel resorts come calling, they're not willing to do too much, and they will even balk when we mentioned anything about the freebie, which mostly serves a lot of their customers. But I really think we need to take a look at our infrastructure. We need to take a look at the hotels, if they want to be good neighbors, chipping in a lot more. We have millions in just the sewer line, and God knows how much, to go from here to St. Pete.
30 million.
Okay, 30 million, okay. So if we're gonna take all these extra toilets, and don't tell me they're low flow or whatever, that doesn't count anymore because most of them are. Who's gonna pay that? Either that or they just don't build. We don't have the capacity. And at the rate St. Pete is putting toilets in all of the high-rises, heaven knows what's gonna be available to us. Of course, it was Kimley Horn. Again, for the applicant. There were also questions regarding residents and visitors' accessibility, and there was some convoluted answers there, and there will be no public restrooms as well. So that's not very inviting to residents, for sure. We're supposed to run home 10 minutes and come back, or if they're providing something for residents, a walkway, providing for boaters to have some slips, there clearly has to be restrooms. And of course, there's a pool on top of one of the buildings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phyllis Parker.
City Manager, quick question. I just noticed that the Technical Review Committee does not have a video attached to that item. Are we no longer recording those?
I thought it was just an audio recording, but staff, I don't know the history of that
I
particular
don't
meeting.
see either. We don't need an answer now, but if you just make a note,
Get
please.
back to you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Phyllis Parker.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Phyllis Parker, and my address is 3611 Casablanca Avenue. I just wanted to add that there's a resiliency project plan that it needs to be moved to a priority 1 instead of priority 2, so we can move forward with figure out the flood issues. You know, that definitely should be a priority 1 for our city. That's all.
Thank you.
There are no more.
Okay. Next, we have consent items. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
I move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
City Clerk, if you please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Marriott.
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson.
Yes.
Commissioner Ruznicki.
Yes.
Commissioner Mulholland.
Yes.
And Mayor Petrulla.
Yes.
The motion carries.
City Clerk, if you don't mind, I noticed that you called Commissioner Marriott twice in a row.
I have it corrected the rest of the minutes.
I'm sorry?
I have it corrected the rest of the minutes.
Okay, thank you. We do that so that the person that goes first changes every single time. You don't want to have a situation where we already know how the last person is going to vote before the first person votes, so this way everyone gets a turn to be first to vote at some point throughout the evening. All right, next we have action items. 6A, Resolution 2025-13, Conditional Use Permit 25057. City Attorney, please.
A resolution of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, authorizing a conditional use permit for the playing of outdoor music in an outdoor dining and drinking area at parcel number 183216 68634000017 with an address of 2001 Pasagrille Way pursuant to Land Development Code 15.4N, incorporating the conditions outlined herein and providing for correction of scrivener's errors and an effective date.
Thank you. Brandon?
Oh, these are quasi-judicial items, so we'll need to swear in witnesses and do ex parte disclosures for this conditional use and the next one. Madam Clerk, if you could swear in anyone that's going to speak on this item or the next item.
Okay. Anyone who plans to speak, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the information or factual representation that you're about to give to the commission is truthful?
Yes.
Good evening, Brendan Berry, planner. If we could pull up the
We do an
PowerPoint for you.
Ex
yeah.
parte and ex,
Sorry.
if we could have the clerk go down the row and call the first commissioner to do ex parte disclosures as to whether they've communicated with anyone regarding the first item, this 6A.
Vice Mayor Marriott?
I have not communicated with anyone. I did watch, or I did read the emails that we received.
Commissioner Robinson?
I read emails. I also read through the whole packet and refreshed myself on LDC.
Commissioner Ruznicki?
Emails from resident and one call from a resident on the CUP.
Commissioner Mulholland?
I read the emails. I've received contacts from some residents, and also in September of 2023, I inquired with city management the status of cups for the wharf as well as the yacht club. I had become way more familiar with cups than I had hoped to at that time, but I suspected that neither of those entities had been approved for a cup, and they were playing outdoor amplified music. And then in March 2025, after receiving a number of complaints about the music at the wharf, I made a official response, because I was on the commission at that point, to the city management asking why we required cups for some places and not cups for others. So that's been my communication.
And Mayor Petrilla?
I reviewed the package, the emails received from residents. I had conversations with a few of the neighbors surrounding the property.
I want to disclose also that the emails that were received were distributed on the dais tonight and given to the city clerk by the city planners and the clerks. So they're part of the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Brandon Berry. If we could pull the PowerPoint up. This is the same presentation that was published with your packets. I'll go through it briefly. If you'd like to stop and ask questions, I'd be happy to answer them. So this is for the Wharf Restaurant at 2001 Pasagrille Way. It's represented by Daniel L. Vaughn, Esquire of Vaughn Law, for James A. Miller, who is the owner. As mentioned, this is a conditional use permit for live music in an existing outdoor dining and drinking area from Wednesday through Saturday. This would be on a weekly basis between the hours of 6 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. This request is made pursuant to Land Development Code Section 15.4N. I did want to point out there was an error in the analysis section of the staff report. It specified Wednesday through Sunday for the same hours. That was an error. It is Wednesday through Saturday as requested. Here's a listing of exhibits. An aerial map of the property. It's located just north of the 20th Avenue street end on the east side of Pasagrille Way. Property has a zoning of CG1. This is a wholly commercial zoning. It does allow also for office uses. It does not permit residential. Across the street from the CG1 district, which is the entirety of the east side of Pasagrille Way between 19th Avenue and 21st Avenue. Our property is in the ROR zoning, also within the Pasagrille overlay. This is residential, office, retail. It does allow for those lower to medium intensity commercial uses. Catty corner to this is the fire station, the institutional zoning, and then south of that is the ROR PAG as well. Here's a survey of the property. The property is fairly unique for St. Pete Beach in that there is ownership of the submerged land beneath the restaurant, which is wholly over water, with the exception of the deck, which is on land on the west side of the structure. This was provided to the prior owner of the property. I believe it was in the early 2000s. They also own the pertinent upland land. Here's a floor plan that the applicant provided. Staff overlaid it on the aerial to provide a general location for the outdoor music area. It's located about in the midpoint of the property. It's on the land portion of the structure under a roof that's used as a waiting area at the front of the structure. So to detail the request, as I mentioned before, this is pursuant to Land Development Code Section 15.4N. This is an outdoor music area and an outdoor eating and drinking area. They are subject to conditional use permits citywide. This is not within the Community Redevelopment District. It's now known as the Special Planning Area, which is at the north part of the city. So it is subject to the criteria only in Land Development Code Section 4.4. There were a few criteria that were not answered in the packet. I had met with the applicant early on and gone through the request with them. They are not building anything new. They are not establishing any new area. This is solely for the introduction of outdoor music in an existing area on an existing stage. So I had given some direction on the criteria that I felt were applicable, and there were other questions that were answered at the technical review committee. Staff did respond to all these criteria in your packet. The request is for a small stage area, 30 square feet. It is in existence. That would be used for a live outdoor musician in the hours and days specified before, Wednesday through Saturday, 6 to 9:30 p.m. That would be on a weekly basis that this would be available. So to summarize the staff findings, the stage faces property currently used for and is zoned for, as shown on the zoning map earlier in the presentation, commercial and institutional uses. The rebuild of the fire station will expose the homes on the south side of 20th Avenue temporarily. There will not be that building buffer that exists today. There are more permanent buffers than other uses in the vicinity in terms of this commercial use and the location of the stage. The applicant is requesting one visiting musician. I did want to say this is not a perpetual limitation. We would not be able to limit the number of musicians, the type of music, or the type of instruments that are introduced in this area. Our limitations are generally to decibels, area of speakers, and so on. But as I mentioned before, this is a very small stage area. It would be difficult to have more than one or two musicians, certainly a whole band. They are proposing for the musician to bring their own equipment, so they don't have any permanently installed amplifiers or speakers. The visiting musician would be the one bringing their equipment and setting up based on what they are requesting. And as I mentioned before, the stage is about 250 feet from the nearest residential property. That would be to the north. There are also residential properties to the west, past the commercial and ROR zoning that I mentioned before. It's about 70 feet away on both sides from commercial property. That would be the marina to the south and the restaurant to the north. So staff, with the city attorney's help, provided a basis for approval and denial with conditions in your staff report. For approval, the stage does face the commercial and institutional zoning rather than residential uses. Those properties are both zoned for and currently maintained with commercial and institutional uses. That can reduce the sensitivity of nearby abutting properties to music impacts, which could be seen as concurrent with future land use goal 1. Which prioritizes the protection of residential areas but maximization of the temporary lodging and transient economy when that can be supported. The stage is small. It's intrinsically limited in occupancy, as I mentioned before. The applicant has invested in renovation of the property recently. This is encouraged by our comprehensive plan objective 1.4. They were before the commission about 2 years ago requesting an extension and a rebuild of their dock areas, which was approved and has been completed. Staff has recommended some conditions to address livability and usability of nearby property concerns by limiting the hours, the extent of the area, and protection of the local health and welfare. This will be limitation on decibels above the noise ordinance, speaker orientation, lower threshold for request to return to the city commission for reconsideration than other uses that may have more of a permanent nature. As I mentioned before, this would be a visiting musician. It would not be a significant investment, so the threshold for this being returned to commission, if any of these conditions or the city's noise ordinance were to be violated, we set a lower threshold for that. For denial, as I mentioned before, near-term demolition of the fire station could provide less of a noise buffer to nearby residents with that building missing. That would be temporary, but it is still something that would need to be addressed. And Staff has recommended conditions to address that, but if you find that they're not sufficient, either a different mitigating condition should be introduced or a finding should be found adverse to this. If you find staff conditions in general to be inadequate and concerns to be unmitigatable, that could be in opposition to future land use policy 1.1.4, which promotes protection of residences from commercial encroachment, policy 1.1.5, which promotes conservation and maintenance of residential areas, and 2 land development code criteria related to the conditional use permit criteria. It could be either inadequate screening or design of the area to address compatibility concerns, or the hour, days, decibel limitations, or extent of the playing area as conditioned through the conditions, which I'll talk over in a moment, could be seen as inadequate. Staff has recommended 8 conditions. The last 2 are boilerplate. The others are that live music would be limited to patio and musicians areas to the stage area I pointed out before. No speakers would be able to extend outside the patio area. Music would be limited to Wednesday through Saturday. That is what the applicant requested, 6 p.m. through 9:30 p.m. Those are the hours they requested as well. Speakers cannot be omnidirectional. They would need to be directional. The speakers would need to be oriented toward the patio area. Sound governing equipment or sensitivity and wattage limitations on temporary speakers would be required. This is presented through the resolution as an option to the applicant. They would need to meet one or the other. So if you were seeking for a requirement for there to be sound governing equipment, that would need to be modified to address that requirement. It's presented as an option. Condition 5, 2 substantiated noise complaints within 1 year would automatically return this item for reconsideration. 6 is that a copy of the resolution must be kept on site at all times, and then 7 and 8 are the standard conditions that we include with that any violation of the conditions would allow the commission to rescind this approval, and the conditional use permit may be reviewed periodically for compliance. So we ask for your action on this case or continuation to a specified date. This is conditional use permit 25057 for 2001 Paso Grill Way. I'm happy to answer questions. We also have our code enforcement manager on the line. And the applicant is present as well.
Thank you, Brandon. Commissioner Mulholland?
Mr. Berry, would you concur that the city has a noise enforcement issue?
Commissioner Mulholland, I will ask the same thing of you that I asked of Commissioner Myriad last time, which is to not put the staff in a position where they have to offer their opinion.
Let me state, I've made it perfectly clear, and I think it's been demonstrated through numerous meetings, that the city generally has unenforceable, many cities, not all cities, many cities have unenforceable noise ordinances. And while there doesn't presently seem to be the appetite for constitutionally allowed methods to better enforce noise ordinances, I think that it's been demonstrated in recent months that it is a problem. And I do want to make a statement, Mr. Mayor. There's been a narrative, much of it by outsiders, some by businesses, a little bit by possibly a commissioner or two, that I don't like music. I don't like church bells. I don't like Little League baseball. And none of that is true. I like music, I just don't like loud and raucous music. So as I listen to this presentation, and I'm hopeful that we can approve this, but we have difficulty enforcing what we have. So to give the option of sound governing, which I have made the point in every single cup that, or every single presentation, not just cup, as it relates to amplified music in this city, that if there is residences anywhere within the vicinity of that facility that we need sound governing equipment by anyone requesting these cups. I think I've been consistent with that, Mr. Mayor.
You have been very consistent with that, and it's also been very consistent in every CUP that's been approved in the last 2.5 years that I've been here, has had a governor on it. I don't really see any reason why this one should be any different.
So to potentially offer the option to do the 92 decibel, I mean, the first time I read it, I didn't even understand it. I mean, I'm not a technician, so it's understandable that I wouldn't understand it. But when I hear that we're going to allow individual musicians to bring their own speakers into a restaurant to play outdoor amplified music that is within relatively close proximity to a number of private residents in a number of different directions, irrespective of complaints, although there have been complaints on this particular restaurant, but not maybe as much as others in the city, but there's certainly been complaints. And it's been commented and verified that in recent years, the managers have been asked to turn the music down, and in most instances they have. That's not my job. That's not my neighbor's job, okay? That's their responsibility. So to allow a more liberal interpretation of music volume that essentially means we're relying on the musicians and the business owners who are in business to make a profit. They're not interested in quiet enjoyment of the neighborhood. They're interested in making a profit. And in most cases, not all, but one thing I've learned since I've been on this commission, and this is unscientific, but whether it's a specialty dress shop or whether it's the biggest hotel in this town, 90% of the business owners, not factual, just my instincts and non-scientific evaluation, 90% of the business owners, big and small, they don't live in St. Pete Beach. They're here to make money off St. Pete Beach, and that's okay. I ran a business and made a lot of money, okay? But I had to play by certain rules. I wasn't allowed to do certain things to people in certain neighborhoods to affect their quality of life and their mental well-being. So to potentially offer a second option of, well, we'll allow this 92 dBA at 1 amp, whatever the hell that means. We can't even enforce what we have on the books now. The sheriff doesn't want to enforce it. Code enforcement really doesn't want to enforce it, but they're not even there when the problems arise. To allow flexibility to let the musicians make that determination and let the profit-making businesses make that determination. I'm willing to potentially, once we finish this hearing tonight, I'm willing to cast my vote approving for it, but unless somebody teaches me something I don't know, the elimination of sound governing as a requirement, it will not get my vote tonight unless somebody comes with something pretty powerful here. So, you all know it's a problem. Whether you want to admit it or not, it is a problem. And, these businesses are here to make money. whether they're owned locally or whether they're owned by people outside the city. And as I already indicated, most of them do not live in this city. So to me, the burden is on them. It shouldn't be the burden on the residents. It shouldn't be the burden on the city. We need to use every mechanism that we have available to us that is legally available to ensure that people are respectful to the residents and the community that surrounds these businesses. I may have more questions, but I just felt it was important for me to share my feelings on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Resnicki?
And a question first, Mayor, just for a process. Are we going to have another presentation by the applicant before asking my questions?
I don't believe they have a PowerPoint, but they are present for questions, I
Okay.
believe.
Then I'll go ahead and ask the question. Did you want to do that first, just to give us context? Okay, thank you. And then I'll ask the question, just in case it's addressed.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Danielle Vaughn. I'm on behalf of James Miller and the Wharf. And I just want to start out, thank you. I understand. I know that there has been a lot of sound issues and complaints in the neighborhood, and I know especially in that neighborhood, there's been significant ones. But I want to point out that the Wharf is just not designed for that, quite frankly. And I know a lot of other places are designed to have large bands and large stages and really do make money on that. The Wharf is just not like that. So what we're looking at here is, I have a picture up. This is the stage. You literally have a stage that can fit one person. This is not a stage that is going to be able to fit an entire band. It is designed to have one person standing in it with a guitar and one speaker to perform for people who are waiting. Now, I want to point out that that's the wall behind it. So now that's between the stage and the water. So this music is not, can't be heard on the water. It's not on the side or on a deck where you can be heard out on the street or on the water. It is merely going forward.
Excuse me, what is forward of it? Is there another wall, or is it open to the parking lot?
Great. So, a couple pictures. One and a... So this picture shows it sideways. So first of all, it is covered by a roof, fully. That whole side, all the way down, is covered by a roof. And then right in front of it, it's not a full wall, but it does, it's not completely open either. So this right here has seating area, and then you'll notice it's still covered all the way to the edge. And then there's also like, it's not a full solid buffer, but it's a little bit of a buffer back there.
So these seats are directly in front of that small stage? Is that what you're saying?
Directly in front.
Directly in front?
So I'm talking 6 feet from the stage in that area.
What's to the left of the stage?
To the left of the stage, right next to it,
I think in your first picture.
this is a small little raw bar that people can be sitting at. You see that? So you can sit at that, and the stage is actually right here. And so those chairs that we're just looking at are right behind these boxes that were just in the way of my picture.
Okay.
And then there's also an area up front. And this area comes out just a little bit. It's not covered by solid. It is covered by more of a sail material. And then there's those chairs there. So we have seating for approximately 20 people, tops. Again, this area is not meant to be a concert zone or an entertainment area. It's meant to basically give a little bit of music to their guests who are waiting to be seated. They're so close to the stage that if it was loud, I mean, there's people sitting right next to the stage, as you can see from this. So people obviously aren't going to want to sit next to very, very loud music. I did want to show.
Oh, don't say that.
Have you been to a bar?
True.
You cannot say that.
Yeah, no, that's true. This is an older picture before that stage was built, but just to give you an idea, this is what we're looking at. So we have one person, a guitar, and one speaker, and that's right next to where the bar is. There's now that stage right next to it. Now, I want to point out one thing. This is not a different musician every single night. This is one musician. They have one musician that comes Wednesday through Saturday. It is the same musician. They bring a guitar. They have their speaker. They set up for a few hours while there's people waiting, and then they leave at the end of the night. Now, I understand that I guess we can't limit it to that. However, it's certainly not the wharf's intention or request to really have anything more than this. They're not looking to have Big Brother Band or Pirate Flag out there, and quite frankly, they couldn't accommodate it even if they did. I also wanted to point out, so then in front of them is the parking lot, which is, I mean, the way that they're structured, the building's basically on the water, so their parking lot's fairly large. So this is actually from the back of the parking lot looking forward to show you the distance from that to the next building, and then also, I did the opposite, which across the street is commercial property. This is also just standing across the street at the store. So you have the buffer of the street, and then also their full parking lot before anybody would be able to hear any of that sound. And then on the side of it, we have the marina, and on the other side of it is Red, White, and Booze, who...
Ma'am, not to cut you off, but, I mean, that looks like 2 football fields. How many feet is that?
I didn't measure it.
It's not that many feet.
Yeah.
It looks a lot longer than it is. The picture that you're depicting is, you know, it's lens skewed.
It's eye level.
I mean, that parking lot is really not that big. I mean, I've been there many times.
Well, it fits three cars deep, which is bigger than most parking lots. And honestly, this property is way farther from the road than probably 90% of them on that street. Yeah. So I think it's probably larger than anybody else, and certainly larger than what's next to it.
I think you're working really hard trying to convince us that they're going to do the right thing. And I'm hopeful that we can make this work for you tonight. But most of it, or at least certainly I know the facility, I know the area. So, you know, to say only one musician and this or that, I've observed 2 musicians there many times. And, you know, that all can change. The city can't regulate that. So I just want to share with you, hopefully we can get this through for you tonight, but, you know, straight facts will work better at this point, rather than trying to tell us it's only going to be one musician, and they're not going to have an amplifier, and they're not going to have a microphone or any of that. Because the reality is, once it's approved, they can have 2 musicians there, and they can have amplifiers, they can have whatever. I think the concern tonight, at least from my perspective, and this is my district, and I've heard pros and cons on this, just like I have pros and cons on other ones. There needs to be a mechanism to ensure that this doesn't get out of hand. And I would hope that the rest of the commission would support my position on that and understand how strongly I feel about it, because it's been a problem, not just from the wharf and not just in my district, but citywide. I hear about it from many people. So, you know, we just need to have the right controls in place as best we can, that's constitutionally legal, that the city can enforce as best they can, in the absence of having our own police department that knows our businesses, that knows our communities, and that can judiciously enforce the quality of life for the residents. Because right now, we have a sheriff's department that, in the absence of something really, really major, is not going to mess with noise ordinances. And we have a code enforcement department that is in the process of getting a relook so far as organization goes, and they only work but so many hours. So enforcement is the issue, and control of the volume is the issue. So I would, you can say whatever you want tonight. I hope we can approve a cup for you here tonight. But I think I'm laying out what the real concern of the community is, at least the nearby community, and any community that has been impacted, whether it be the Zamora Hotel and those issues that have gone on in the past and apparently still go on to a degree, to whether it be the Corey Avenue musicians and music that the restaurants play. We all love music, but what we don't want to do is have to take a Tylenol every night, 4 to 5, 6, 7 nights a week from loud and raucous music that we have no enforcement controls over. So, you know, rest of the commissioners may want to hear about, well, we're only going to play one musician and we're only going to do this or that. You know as well as I do, you're an attorney, you're much more intelligent than I am. When this is passed, you're going to be able to do whatever the heck you want to do within the confines of that. That is legally enforceable. So, you know, I would ask you to give serious consideration to the comments that I made earlier as it relates to sound governing. If you want to die on that hill, you're not going to get my vote. I'll tell you that. I can't speak for the rest of the commission. I would hope I've built enough credibility with the rest of the commission that if they don't believe in my belief on the sound governing, then, you know, so be it. But that really is the challenge here from my perspective, is the sound governing. So I would ask you that if you're going to try to sell us on something or sell your business owner, which, by the way, I know he lives in St. Petersburg. Is he here tonight?
He was not able to make it tonight.
Okay. Is there a manager here tonight?
Yes, there is.
Okay. So, you know, I would ask that that be your focus. And if you don't want to do the sound governing, then, like I say, you're likely not going to get my cooperation. So
I just
I'm
have.
sorry, Mr. Mayor, I filibustered a little bit there, but I know you know I have strong feelings about this issue.
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to quickly respond. It's my understanding that when you issue these CUPs, if somebody's not abiding by them, that you can call them back and you can revoke them. So it does sound like there is authority that if somebody was not abiding by this CUP, that you guys could actually take it away from them.
Absolutely. Do you know the history of this city? Do you know how often we change city managers? Do you know how often the commission changes? It's frequent. So whenever a commission votes to approve something, it's likely going to stick around for a long time. And a lot of people are going to be unhappy for a long period of time before the situation gets addressed. I would much rather see us get it right first time around.
Excuse me. If you have any comments or you have to have a conversation, please take it outside.
I'd much see us get it right the first time, rather relying on a future commission, a future city manager, or a future code enforcement officer, or a future police department, or a future sheriff's contract. It's better to get it right. That's better for everybody, because there's so many issues that need to be dealt with that to say, well, we can revisit it later. And respectfully, you're right. But practically, it's difficult. Thank you.
I know other people had questions, so I figured I'd let you ask questions.
Commissioner Woznicki.
I have a few questions. I do have a couple of issues with the application because of the completeness of the application and other things as well, but I'm going to go through those with you, so maybe you could answer. And I'm talking page number, I'm talking about our packet, so you might not see it, but you might have it with you. On page 128, this is the public hearing sign posting affidavit, as just as an example.
it says applicant James A. Miller. Is James A. Miller the applicant for this particular item?
He is, but I have authority to speak on behalf of him. I've signed off on the application.
Okay, so then the prior one on page 127, it says that James does give you, then I guess, authority. So I know you're not an expert, or let me not say that. Are you an expert on sound, acoustic?
I am not.
Okay, because you just gave a lot of information about how it's not going to interfere because across the street, and we've got the chairs, and there's lattices, and you've got a tin roof, and then you also have a sun sail on the other side. So all of that doesn't tell me anything because you're not an expert in sound. And I know this commission has been talking a lot about noise. And one of the things that I took from going through our process of revisiting our noise ordinance is, and this could be a condition, if we want it to be a condition and go that further. But we need a sound, or I need a sound or acoustic engineer with a plan to reassure that any system that's being placed on the property complies with all local noise ordinances and regulations that respects the surrounding environment. I looked up a lot of companies just in the St. Petersburg area, and there's a lot out there, and some specific that help with businesses, bars, or restaurants that are on the water, which is another issue. And I know the stage is not, let's just say, facing the water, but you did happen to show us, and I have been there, and I should have said I did walk through there not too long ago. The wall behind it is towards the water. And again, not being an acoustic engineer myself or yourself, you can assure to me that there is no reverberation that would head the other way or not. And I say this because I happen to read emails from residents who had in the past complained. Some complained, some were happy to say that they reached out to the Wharf's manager, and I'm not particularly sure if it's the manager who's here, and that they had the music turned down so that it was kind of respectful that at least they were heard and listened. But my thing is, why are we putting it on people who have no experience, whether our city, whether you, or myself, or anybody sitting here, on sound, as opposed to putting a condition to say that someone with the expertise gives your business, and you as the applicant, a plan that will reassure us and the city and the residents who live nearby that there will be no effect on the sound coming from that stage. Because I do have concerns about what Commissioner Mulholland was stating about how we enforce our cups, once they are approved, because there's changes. And this will be a question then later to legal is, as the applicant or representative of the applicant, Mr. Miller, who's responsible, right? If Mr. Miller were to sell this business, now you, Ms. Vaughn, or Mr. Miller no longer around, who's responsible? Because maybe, to Commissioner Mulholland's point, it's no longer just one musician standing on the stage. And from my understanding, what I've been told is that it goes with the property, which I don't understand why, because future property owners are not the ones telling us the story right now. So again, for me to reassure that it will stay with the property under the conditions that are set, by the city, it would make sense for me that it's an engineer, a sound engineer, who could follow our noise ordinance, our environment, locally or, wherever the businesses are situated, to be able to assure us that it's going to be met and that a condition be placed that we do have frequent reviews of the cup, not just if any, and I think it was on page 120, number 7, says, and I asked, what is any violation of the CUP? What does any mean? That one email that I read, that one call that I read, is that any, or is it 20, or is it 2 years worth of someone sending an email complaining? And I think one of our emails mentioned how it eventually becomes to deaf's ear, right? it no longer matters at one point how many times somebody complains, because someone goes out there, whether it's code enforcement or the sheriff, or they show up here in a 3-minute public comment to tell us this is happening. You know, so that's something that, you know, I would recommend as a, let's say, condition if we were to go forward. My other question on this application, and you actually, I don't know if you answered it because you said it while you were speaking, Wednesday to Saturday, but through the application it also mentions Wednesday through Sunday. So which one is it? So I have two issues, the application and what is correct and what's not. And then again, you know, having an engineer. Thank you.
It is Wednesday through Saturday, as Mr. Berry stated at the very beginning that was a mistake in the packet. And I can't really comment on the other portion, but I am not a sound expert.
Commissioner Robinson?
I just had some questions because I needed some clarification in regards to what are you considering the patio? Because it says there was a question about, you know, speakers being on the patio. And I'm assuming the patio is also that portion, if I'm looking from Paso Grill Way at the bar or at the opening of the restaurant, is to the left as well as right where the Raw Bar is and then to the right. So it's that whole area, correct?
So that is the entire patio. However, that wasn't the intention of the application. Showing a picture.
Because I see just some differences in some of the wording on some of this. That there a recommendation with no speakers north of the Raw Bar or south of the entrance to the doors.
And I think that would be acceptable. The plan is, the way it has been right now is literally the performer brings one speaker.
One speaker.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So I just wanted to confirm, were you still planning on that? Are you planning on speakers? Well, I guess it depends on how we write this, or what we approve.
The original plan was to keep it the same as it has been all along, which was one speaker with the performer that was on the stage with them.
Are you willing, or the owner willing, to do sound governing equipment?
I don't have that answer.
Because I'm on the same lines as Commissioner Mulholland as far as sound governing equipment. We've had too many issues on this town, and you are at a residential neighborhood with, even though water's not right there in front of you, sound travels. It travels. It just does. And we've had a lot of issues in this town with that. And, you know, it is, I love outdoor music, but I know you can fit a lot of people on 30 square foot stage, because I've seen it. I've seen all the little bars around here. You used to go to old Ricky T's on the inside where they cram a full band in the corner over there, and still people would be dancing in a small little area.
Fair enough.
So it's just tough for me. I feel for people who want to enjoy some peace and quiet, and I feel for people who want to listen to music. And I have no problems with somebody, you know, playing acoustically, not acoustically, anything there, but it's just, again, it boils down to how loud it is and how much it permeates the area.
I do want to make one comment where I said that I don't necessarily have authority to say if he would agree to the sound governor. It's not that it's the loud and the noise that's the issue. It's the fact that there's just the one speaker that somebody else brings in, and not having to install the speakers right by the water that go bad. And so I think that's really the issue, is not the noise level. And I don't know the answer of providing a sound governor on an individual speaker that comes in, or the availability to do that, but I don't think that would be objectionable by any manner at all.
I'll say what I said to another applicant not long ago. Sometimes that's the cost of doing business.
Commissioner Robbins?
That would be, I think that's all I have. I mean, I'm just trying to get a feel for how big that space is too. And I'm just have concerns that because it isn't fully buffered.
City Clerk, do we have any audience comments?
Yes. Michael Kahn.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
fact, I'll even do you one better. Michael Kahn, 104 21st Avenue, Paso Grill. So I took this picture. I was mostly just trying to show you where I am relative to the wharf. And we're about 300 feet. But it also includes some things there accidentally that shows a sad commentary of where things are in Paso Grill. This is our opportunity to kind of turn things around. The deck on the front there, and we go there a lot, my wife and I, we both work. And they're way too close because it's very convenient for food, okay? Frankly, if it was as far as Ms. Vaughn's photographs showed, I probably wouldn't go it because it's too far away. But you can see this is very close, okay? Now, the music, I'm not a sound engineer either, but I can tell you this. During the past winter and several months, when we're sitting in our living room, the television, I had to turn it up to drown out the music. I don't know how many decibels that is, but I can also tell you coming off the beach off Gulf Way, and Workhouse is about halfway distance between the wharf and the beach. You can hear the din. And I know what they're trying to do is they have to compete with the application next door. This is battle of the spectacles, battle of the bands. And this whole idea about a number of musicians, if you're anywhere near the music business, you know that one musician can have a loop pedal, and he can record a couple instruments, layer the music, and a one-man band can sound like a 3 or 4 piece band. And it can be very loud. And this winter, it was pretty loud. And I have no idea if they're going to revert back to that, if this cup would allow that. But that front deck space is only 150 square feet at best, okay? And when the applicant was up here talking before, she was talking about how small it is. Well, then my question comes, why do you need to amplify the music? I mean, your area here is bigger than that deck. I mean, it's ridiculous. And I understand what they are doing. They're advertising because they need foot traffic because RWB has parking locked down. There's no place for anybody to park when they come by. And so I understand the situation, and I love the wharf food. I love the people. I recognize people by face there. We go there a lot. And so I think we do need to have the governor on the amplifiers, and what Barry, and I think in my email he hit a sore spot about the number of complaints. Well, if you bring the people from Casablanca Drive here that were complaining, if in a year now you didn't do anything to resolve their issues, you think you'd still get as many speakers? Of course not, because they're just tired of whining and nothing happening. Well, that's kind of where we're at, not with the wharf, but we just went through it with RWB. And so we're just hopeless. And so that's kind of where we're at right now. We need the governor, and frankly, during the weekdays, it's a little too late for us. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Kenneth Heisel.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Name's Ken Heisel, 2032 West Vina Del Mar Boulevard, St. Pete Beach. We're on Vina Del Mar, across from the wharf. We have 2 commercial properties in that area between 19th and 21st Avenue. I was in front of the City Commission almost 2 years ago speaking on behalf of 43 neighbors who live adjacent to these 2 commercial businesses. The city approved a CUP submitted by the commercial building to the north and required sound governing equipment. It was approved. Since that approval, that business has had 0 noise complaints made from any residents, code enforcement, or Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. So once again, I'm back in front of the City Commission speaking on behalf of residents who are in favor of the Wharf's CUP, not against it, in favor of it, as long as it's similar to the CUP approved to the other businesses to the north. It was a matter of looking at that sound governing equipment. Let me state a fact. We love the Wharf. We love the Wharf staff. We love the owner. We love the outdoor music that they play, as long as it's at an acceptable level. In the last 3 years, they've had a couple noise complaints. I can personally state that
Stan Chevalier, right here, is probably one of the nicest people in this room today. He turns down the music immediately. He's always there, and so is the owner, Jim Miller. They're always there to back us up. I could say that to answer Ms. Vaughn, I live on Vina Del Mar. I'm about 450 to 500 feet away from the wharf, and the music does go out and it does go back, and hence why we've had a call a couple times. So as far as the 8 criteria that Brandon Berry noted, we would approve everything except for 4B, the use of sensitive one-directional speakers at 92 decibel, because as Commissioner Mulholland, I was a little confused as well. I actually had to talk to Brandon, and he educated me, and I thought I was pretty up to date on it, but something different. This measures meters, and the one for the cup approved for the business to the north is in feet. So, and if we put that on Pinellas County Sheriff's Office or code enforcement or city staff, or I can tell you how busy these guys are at night, how much they're going and hopping, they're not going to be able to monitor what's going on the outside. So the answer is really maximize the efficiency for everybody. It takes all this guesswork out of it. Where if you did do a sound governing equipment with software, you put it in, everybody, both businesses would have the same staff recommendations, which would be fair and just for each business in that area. There wouldn't be any differentiation. Sound governing equipment eliminates the guesswork. Wharf staff Wharf City staff, Pinellas County, wouldn't have to inspect speakers and decibel specifications. The Wharf would not have to police their musicians for compliance and can focus on their business. And the city staff, code enforcement, Pinellas County, would not have to spend any time responding to noise complaints from residents, because if you gauge it and with the county and this code enforcement and you get a decibel level that you're at, you can then program the sound governing equipment to that. You would never have a noise complaint. Now we could go do everything else we want to do in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Rich Lorenzen.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, good evening, Rich Lorenzen, 107 22nd Avenue. I had a whole bunch of points I was going to make, but Ken knocked the ball out of the park. So, listen, the Wharf's been here forever. They've been playing music forever. All of our neighbors have been there. I live a block away. I've never, ever heard a neighbor on 21st or 22nd or 23rd ever complain about the Wharf's playing a guitar. All right? So please find a way to get to yes on this. If it has to be sound governing, whatever it has to be, the Wharf is such an integral part of Paso Grill. It's been there forever. We all love it, and I know no one here has not been there. We've all been there, and we all love the place. So please find a way to get to yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, questions, comments? Commissioner Marriott?
Sure, I've got a quick question for Brandon, just about the conditional use for outdoor music. Am I correct in my thinking that if they wanted to be whether they wanted to be playing a radio outside or a record player or a person standing there with a guitar, it wouldn't matter what the source of the music was outside, they would be here for a conditional use? Is that true?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then I think I have a couple questions for the city attorney, because I believe in the past, from past city attorneys, my understanding was that conditional uses generally of this type went with the property owner. But my understanding is that your interpretation is that this kind of conditional use goes with the property. Is that correct?
Well, you can condition a conditional use. And for example, in Naples, if they changed ownership or management of a restaurant with an outdoor dining and outdoor music approval, they have to come back in to get city council for the new operator. So a condition that you could add would say, this conditional use is specific to this applicant and operator, period. Any change in ownership or restaurant management shall require approval of a new or amended conditional use application. That would make a new owner or operator come back in.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is it allowable under something like this, where clearly there are some concerns about you know, the city's ability to enforce our own rules, which is really a city problem, not the problem of the applicant, but it's our own problem. But in a case like this, is it a possible condition to put on something like this to say that that there's a mandatory review of this conditional use permit in, say, a year? You know, could you put into the conditions that it will come back before the commission and be reviewed in a year?
Yes, you could.
Okay.
Or you could say it could be reviewed annually.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts about anything along those lines. You know, my feeling about it is that you know, we can put whatever requirements we want on it, but if we can't, if what we're doing is trying to figure out a way to put conditions on it that are more enforceable than other things that we're already not enforcing, that you know, to me, that's a little bit crazy. And so, you know, we have a noise ordinance. We're working on revising it. We're working on making it, you know, easier and more reliable to enforce. The applicant would have to adhere to whatever noise ordinance we have at any given time, the current one or whatever one we come up with. I would be more in favor, I don't have a real strong opinion about the sound governing equipment. I'm not familiar enough with that equipment to know, to have an opinion about how reasonable of an expectation that is for different levels of businesses and musicians and circumstances. But I do feel like if we approve this and we stick to the conditional use being revoked if they, you know, violate our ordinances, I forget what that says in there, twice in a year, I think. And if we revisit it in a year, also if we tie it to the applicant instead of the property, then we're not so concerned about, you know, giving permission for something, for the next person to do something that's far different than what the current applicant says. And I think probably, you know, these kinds of conditional uses where there's lots of, you know, community support for it, but also concern for potential circumstances. You know, I think having a mandatory review of it in a year probably alleviates a lot of those concerns.
Commissioner Robinson?
I love live music, and I love the idea of the wharf having live music. Again, the concern is the volume of which and interfering with other folks that live out there. With that being said, conditionally, I would be looking at having a governor.
Thank you, Brandon.
On that. I would agree with Commissioner Marriott on specific to ownership. And also doing, because I had written that down before about the CUP, said it may be reviewed but shall be reviewed. Annually would be a good time to do that, as well as rewriting this a little bit as being specific as to where the stage is depicted, where any external speakers, because if they're not doing a musician, then they're going to be having some sort of other speakers there to, if he's bringing his own speaker and you're governing his speaker or his amplifier, you would have speakers if you're doing just regular piped-in music. So to me, it needs a little bit more work on it, but with those items, I would be inclined to say yes to the CUP, but again, to me, it needs more work on it to really refine it more so. And of course, the applicant needs to be willing to do the governor.
Thank you. Pete, how many code violations has this property had in the last 3 years, please?
One notice of violation was issued in March of 2025, and the respondent complied within the compliance time frame.
Thank you.
Back in 23, as was mentioned earlier, a courtesy notice was sent, and we did not have a complaint after that. I think for a full year, an inspection was done after that year. I think it was 24 March 25. The inspection was done, as well as December 24. The inspection was done as well. No music was played in December of 24. We actually inspected because we investigated a little further on Facebook and Paradise News and found that they were playing music Wednesday through Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. or 9:30 p.m. And we issued the NOV, and they stopped playing music after that.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Reznicki.
A question for on the applicant, I guess, just to verify. Is the governing equipment not on this application?
That's correct. But I don't know that it's been a requirement, so I don't know that it would have been put on the application when it was applied for, because currently they applied for exactly what they had.
Okay, so, because I'm hearing numbers being thrown around from public comment and I guess from prior applications, like what's the 60, and I know you're not going to be able to answer this because you don't have it, and I don't know if this is a city question or not, but without knowing what the radius is, of the exact numbers, I mean, Commissioner Mulholland just showed how one picture looks very deep, and now we had a resident come up here and show another picture that makes it look a lot closer. So again, I'm not an acoustic engineer or expert. I would not know what is the distance that I could approve tonight on a governing equipment without having all that detail. And I don't know if anybody here knows or has measured it, or to know what kind of equipment are we suggesting that they have to govern the sound.
You could make a motion for a continuance until a sound engineer can evaluate the application and submit a noise impact mitigation and compliance plan.
I am 100% with that, just why I mentioned having an acoustic engineer draw out a plan with us, because none of us sitting here and no one speaking is an expert on this. There are sound panels that can be put in. We should all remember this. I mean, we had people, this audience was full of people giving us ideas, and there's companies out there that do this, that could give suggestions to the applicant of what would prevent noise traveling, whether to Vina or to the person who came up here and spoke, who's also off of 21st, I believe. So you've got one resident that says no and one resident that says yes, and again, none of us are experts. I would agree with the city attorney's suggestion is that we do get the detail from an expert who could assure us that whatever we approve is going to meet our noise ordinance, is going to respect the environment around where it's at. Thank you.
Brandon, if you don't mind, I have a question.
While he's coming up here, in the case of Harborside versus Town of Jupiter, Harborside Place versus Town of Jupiter, it's a federal noise sound case. The district court did hear the testimony of Gary Sieben, who spoke here at one of the noise workshops as an expert. And he was hired in that case by the city of Jupiter to review their application, and that sound outdoor music case was upheld for the city of Jupiter.
No, and I'm not saying for the city to take it upon themselves, to hire the
Burden is on
expert.
the applicant.
Correct.
They meet the criteria.
100%, yeah.
Brandon, we've had any number of CUPs that have amplified music. I can't think of a single one where we did not request a governor. Can you give us an idea of what kind of equipment we've asked them to put in and how that equipment works?
Sure, it could be hardware or software. It could be something as simple as a piece of plastic or metal mounted over a volume control. That would be just, we would do it, take a property line reading. Obviously, conditions change and, humidity, wind, those can affect how sound travels. But it could be something fairly simple with a traveling musician who's bringing their own equipment. We would probably need something permanently installed to be able to enforce a condition like that. So there would need to be a permanent volume control amplifier, if not speaker system as well. There's software as well. Software can allow you to limit the volume controls where even if you turn up the, volume knob as high as it goes, it won't go over a certain decibel. So those are the options.
Okay, so the way that it works is somebody from code enforcement goes to the property, right? They take a reading. They fix the volume, whether it is, through some kind of digital software or whether it's through an analog knob, right? They fix that volume at a certain dB, and then it is locked away, or unless it's a manager or somebody else. Who else?
It would be specific to the manager as drafted.
Okay.
Right.
So no one else has access to that with the exception of the manager?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Mr. Berry before he leaves.
Certainly.
I meant to ask you this earlier, and I think this is important because, if it's not taken care of, we shouldn't be wasting our time on this conversation. In the packet, it indicated that their tax receipts were delinquent. Are they current now?
I've asked the applicant to apply as...
Say again?
I've asked the applicant to apply. I had sent out an email previously. I don't know if it's current. I can look that up.
So, based on your understanding, as we stand here tonight, they are delinquent on tax receipts?
I can look that up.
Well, I mean, seriously, do we have a revenue problem, Madam City Manager? I probably shouldn't ask that question, right? If we've got a business, and once again, I hope we can make this work for them, but if they're not paying their taxes, why are we considering this?
Well, the BTR, the business tax receipt, unfortunately, used to be called occupational license. Unfortunately, that is separate and apart from zoning approvals. You can't tie the two together. Unfortunately, some Attorney General opinions that say they're separate. One is revenue generating, but certainly we should be enforcing the collection of all the BTRs that are due.
So they can't be linked?
Correct.
Okay, well, that makes a lot of sense, but...
Okay, so...
And I do have a couple questions for the commissioners, Mr. Mayor, if you will indulge me.
Certainly.
So Commissioner Marriott and Commissioner Robinson, you suggested an annual review. My question would be, who would conduct that review in your mind? Is that a city staff function? Is that a commission function? Who would do that?
In my mind, that would be the commission. It would be at the commission level. And it could be, if there have been zero complaints and zero complaints, zero notices of violation, nothing to see here, it could be on the consent agenda.
All right, okay.
But if there are, then it would come before the commission where it could be readdressed.
Commissioner Robinson, is that along the lines of what you were thinking too?
That would be the same. That would be, if there are no complaints or if there's very few, it should pass through fairly.
Becomes a rubber stamp.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if there are a lot of complaints, it's going to stick out like a red herring.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right. So I think there are a couple of factors here. I appreciate what the applicant has to say, and yet I've never had an applicant that came up and said, tell you what, here's all the awful things we're going to do after you approve this, right? So, I know you're going to put your best foot forward. I would try to put my best foot forward if I was in your shoes. But our responsibility, and the reason that we have city ordinances and the reasons we have laws in general in this country and every country is because we have to be able to set guidelines and rules and guardrails in place by which we can all operate. And the easier those rules and guardrails are, the easier it is to enforce them. And the best ones are the ones that we don't have to enforce. And so, to me, having, whether it's analog or digital, having some kind of enforcement mechanism that limits the noise or the volume, the decibel level for the music, whether you have one person or 10 people, or whether you put one speaker or 50 speakers, I don't think it matters. At the end of the day, you're getting a CUP for amplified music. We cannot control what kind of music you play, what kind of instruments you play, or so on. And therefore, the easiest thing for all of us to do is to be consistent. And consistent to me says we're going to do exactly what we did for your neighbor, what we did for the other CUPs that were approved in the last couple of years, which is to propose that you have a sound governor in place, the same as everybody else. Then, you know, if the neighbors call code enforcement, if they call the sheriff, then there's going to be a different conversation. It's going to be about, okay, how did the music get above this level? Right? Did somebody steal your keys? Right? Did something happen? The equipment malfunction? Right? I also don't like the idea of the applicant having to come back every year. Frankly, we haven't done this for anyone else. Frankly, we've approved 20-year development agreements without any guardrails in place. And so for this person, for this small business to do that is unconscionable. It doesn't make any sense at all. If they're in good standing, if they operate their business, if they play their music at the right level, if they have the governor in place, there really shouldn't be any reason for the applicant to go to the hassle of having to come to the commission. There's really no reason for the staff to have to follow up on an annual basis, or for the commission to have to spend time on that. We don't do that for anybody else. Why should we do it for this person? I have no doubt, based on the testimony of your neighbors, based on the past experience from this particular business, they seem to operate in good faith and try to be a good neighbor, and we appreciate that, whether they live in St. Pete Beach or not. We do appreciate that, and we do want to take that in consideration. So my recommendation would be to approve this conditional use application with the restriction of having a sound governor put in place. I know musicians don't want to plug into somebody else's equipment. I know the owner probably doesn't want to have to spend money on speakers and have to replace them every couple of years because of saltwater deterioration. That is the cost of doing business, though. And that'll make your life easier, and that'll make your neighbors' lives easier, and that'll make code enforcement's lives easier, and that'll make it easy for you to operate and not to have to come before this commission having to deal with, code violations or any other kind of issues. I don't think it's necessary to have an annual review. I would be in favor of having the CUP run with the owner rather than with the property, so that if the property does change hands, while again, I appreciate everything the owner has done, and again, they have given every indication of being a good neighbor, but businesses do change hands, and it's their right to do so, and it should be our right to reevaluate how that person will operate as a new owner in the city. And maybe for that person, until they have a track record, we do want to review it on a more regular basis. But in this case, so those would be my three recommendations: having a governor in place, not having an annual review, and that the CUP runs with the owner and the applicant, not the property itself.
The sound governor would be alternative condition 4A rather than 4B.
And Mr. Mayor, I assume you desire all other conditions to apply if they have multiple complaints and all that, they get reevaluated as...
My recommendation would be to make those three changes to the existing.
So it's really just, it's two changes, correct? Because the one we were talking about isn't, it would be doing the two, not the other, yeah.
I don't remember if I don't remember seeing the, if the CUP runs with the property or with the...
Yeah, no, that would definitely be a change, yeah.
That would...
Yeah.
That's...
So, I mean, unless anyone else has anything significant to say about it, I'm happy to make a motion.
Please.
I have one question for the city attorney.
Go ahead.
Because I'm still very confused about running with the property and the applicant.
If you don't say this, then it would run with the property. If you put this condition on it and make it specific for this applicant, then that,
Well, my question, this is my question, and I know, okay, because there's been many CUPs that I have a lot of issues with, but if an owner gives the renter who's renting the space authority to apply for a conditional use application, it still runs with the property?
it depends what it says in the actual conditional use, in the conditions, who filled out the application, what it was for. So if you want to make it specific to an applicant, you need to say that in the conditions, in the conditional use. You spell that out. If you don't spell it out, otherwise it would run with the properties. There are some that spell it out and some that don't.
Well, I mean, the applicant is here speaking to us, right? And what's recorded in this hearing, which is being recorded, right, is the applicant applying to us. So either, you know, I wasn't very versed on conditional use applications. I don't see how it's,
In this
I mean, I'm okay if
particular-
we're going to write it out, but I'm going to tell you all, there's a big problem on how this has been done in the past. Because people sit up here thinking that we're talking to the applicant, you know, and then things happen later, and we're like, you know, we're the ones hearing the complaints, you know, so if we're still sitting here, or you're hearing it in meetings, you know. So, I mean, I I want to make sure that that is the case.
If we could call the applicant's representative up to the stand. The conditional use application is filled out for a property owner, James A. Miller, by the agent Danielle L. Vaughn, Esquire Vaughn Law. And it also states the subject property current name of business is The Wharf Restaurant. I don't know if that's an LLC or if that's a DBA for James Miller. Could you explain to us who's operating the actual restaurant, who owns the restaurant as opposed to the land, is the business?
James A. Miller. He owns both the land and he operates a business. He's not renting it out to anybody else. So the applicant would be James A. Miller for both operation and owner. And I don't think there would be any objection at all to it running with the owner. I think that's a great idea, actually.
I thought it was the Wharf something Inc.
I think the name of the business, I don't know if it's an actual corporation, do you?
It's Wharf PAG doing business as Wharf Restaurant. Wharf
Which-
PAG is the LLC.
Which is owned by James A. Miller.
I'm sorry, I don't see what their legal structure has any bearing on this CUP. I don't either. I think we're getting off track
Talking
here.
about legal ownership, and if it's a corporation, a full corporation, you can sell the corporation and all rights of the corporation go with it, unless for some reason the city has specifically said that
Well, we are.
change of stock ownership of the corporation changes that then invalidates the CUP. It's entirely different than an LLC or an individual, and I'm not an attorney, but I've got
Well,
enough business.
I would leave that to
I think
our
it-
city attorney
yeah,
to draft the correct language to make
I
sure
would just
that.
put it in the actual condition and spell it out. This conditional use is specific to this landowner, James A. Miller, and operator, The Wharf PAG, DBA, The Wharf Restaurant. Any change in ownership or restaurant operator shall require approval of a new or amended conditional use application by City Council or City Commission.
And then a question for everyone on the commission. When we're saying sound governing equipment, are we saying we're leaving it up to the staff to figure out what the distance is? You know, because it just says, you know, on the recommended conditions, right, sound governing equipment or sensitivity and wattage limitations on temporary speakers is required. But what's
4A is a lot more
distance?
detailed if you look at 4A.
I think
page is that?
it's sound governing equipment that limits it to something that adheres to our city code as determined by staff and code
You
enforcement.
don't look at the PowerPoint, you want to look at the actual 4A states, the applicant shall provide the following to demonstrate continued compliance with the city's noise ordinance. A, installation of sound governing software or equipment with which all exterior permanent or temporary speakers are associated that is set to limit the decibel level at the property line of the nearest receiving private property to 65 dBA when using a standard adjustment factor between source present and background readings conducted by a trained officer of the city or Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. This software equipment shall be accessible only to management, who shall be present at any time music is being played and whose contact information shall be kept on file with the city's code enforcement department.
So 65 to the nearest private property, right? So private property being the nearest is either the marina or the other property north, because it's private property. It's not talking about residential property, just private property, right? Okay, and I just want it clarified because that's what we need to know. It's not the resident who lives a block away. It's 65 to that first private property nearby.
That's how the current noise ordinance is written and how this condition will be.
And if there, because we are working on noise ordinance, right, or still talking about it, if there are any changes, then they still will abide by any new changes in our noise ordinance, correct? Or do we need to have that as a condition?
Thought I read that was in there.
Yeah, so that's in condition 5. Upon 2 noise complaints related to the outdoor music area that are substantiated as violating the city's prevailing noise or nuisance regulations or the requirements of this approval, whichever is more restrictive. So that was written to, if the city changes its noise ordinance in the future, they would be subject to that.
Okay. And the any violations, Brendan, because I heard someone say 1 to 2, and then of course I read any. So any means 1 to me. Like, what are we saying? What is the violation? 1, 2, 3?
Upon 2 noise complaints that are substantiated, they will be temporarily ceased and automatically returned to the city commission for reconsideration.
Okay.
So they would have 2 strikes.
What is substantiated? Is it someone complaining and then, Pete goes out there or whoever goes out there and says, okay, now they complied? That still counts as 1, correct? Not that it was complaint.
So substantiated means they have to find them not in compliance. If someone calls in and they go out there and they find them that they're not above 65, that's not substantiated.
Okay.
And Pete,
So
you
if
can
it's
talk about that because I think you utilize that term substantiated.
Okay, so we could hear, and again, this is in a report, right? If the report comes back to us and says, hey, they had 5 complaints, we've read emails, right? But I don't know if any of these emails that I read were substantiated, right? So it would be easier for me to know that, yeah, we've had 5 complaints, but they were not substantiated. One of them was, right?
For example, in the staff report, there were, I believe, 2 noise complaints from surrounding property owners that were not substantiated.
Not substantiated.
So even though they called and complained, for whatever reason, they were not substantiated.
Okay.
Pete, how do they get substantiated?
So once an inspection occurs and we can hear the music, we do a noise reading. Back in November of 23, an inspection was conducted, but there was no music being played at the time of that inspection. The same thing in December of 24, we conducted an inspection, there was no music being played. We even received a video. After the receipt of that video is when staff went back over to the property, and I think it was March of 25. There was no music being played again, but we did some deeper diving and looked at Facebook and Paradise News newsletter, and that's when we found out that there was music being played at a certain time. Staff went back over, sent an NOV, and after that, they were compliant. And I'd like to say something further, just so everyone is aware. Hotel Zamora had the same issue, I think, back 5 years ago, and we conducted an inspection at that property, ensured that, and this idea of a governor is a great idea, because Hotel Zamora had lots of complaints back 5 years ago, and because of that governor and the idea that we, code enforcement, I was there, personally there, what we did was we told them exactly how the governor should be set. They said it, and it's been forgotten ever since. We've not gotten a single complaint, no, maybe one complaint in the last 5 years about the Hotel Zamora. But this idea of a governor is not something new. It should be instituted, and once we can determine the noise level, hopefully management can then comply with our request. It's been done successfully, as I said, 5 years ago at the Hotel Zamora. Thank you.
So to substantiate, you have to be present to take the reading and to be able to document it, correct? Obviously during live music.
Yes, pursuant to state statute, staff has to personally investigate that noise reading, find that it's in violation based on the sound level meter. Once we substantiate it that way, the notice of violation is sent. But staff has to personally investigate the issue to substantiate it, correct?
So staff has to do that, not the sheriff's office.
The sheriff's office, they also have the capability as well. If I'm not mistaken, they have purchased a noise meter, but never mind that purchase or not, they are able to find the noise meter in our offices. They've done that over the last several years, and it's a matter of them going out after hours. As you know, we work up until around 10 at night, but they are able to go after hours to do the same noise reading with our sound level meter that can be easily found in our offices.
So staff...
And it's actually calibrated on a yearly basis, so we use that with no uncertainty as far as the calibration, and we use our meter to substantiate any noise readings.
So code enforcement is now working evenings till 10, you just said?
I'm sorry?
Code enforcement, our staff code enforcement is now working evenings till 10 p.m.?
We can, if we're called out, yes, we are able to. As you are aware, we're in turtle season and staff has been out late at night. Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
I mean, I'm sure everybody slows down when they see a cop or lights in the area, right? So a question about the governing equipment. Again, I'm not familiar with this. I'm not an expert on it. But going back to like everybody will probably behave when they see code enforcement show up, right? Everybody behaves when the sheriff shows up. The music is turned down. Now we don't know what the decibel reading is. But does this governing equipment, since it's, I guess, software operated, does it let you know what the decibel was 10 minutes ago?
As far as I am aware, Commissioner Witnicki, it limits your ability to increase the sound. So once you have it, whether it's software or hardware, once you have it on the equipment, the sound equipment, a DJ or someone else is unable to, it inhibits you from increasing the sound such that it becomes an impediment to the neighbors, right? The idea is it is designed in such a way that it prevents anyone from adjusting the volume after it's been set up. I'm not an expert. I just am aware, like I said, that 5 years ago we did this at Hotel Zamora, and we've not had a complaint other than one complaint that they were playing loud music at a wedding, and it was unsubstantiated.
No, and again, I'm not an expert, but I hear complaints, okay, because you mentioned Hotel Zamora, but that is my district, and I do get calls. You know, I mean, we all got the video from across the street on the condominium, and this was not too long ago, right? A video from the condo across, and actually not, it was diagonal from Zamora, and you could hear the music, you know, so, you know, and I don't know if they had the governing equipment at that point either, but this was, I think, within probably the last CUP that we had for the property across the street, where that video came to the commission. You know, I don't know the applicant.
Thing that can happen too is that the 65 dB doesn't mean that someone can't hear it from a surrounding property. 65 just sets how loud you're hearing it, but you could be technically in compliance with the noise ordinance, but you could still be heard by involuntary listeners.
But now you mentioned earlier, though, that it's the property, the immediate first private property to the establishment, correct?
The 65 decibels can be heard. They just have to be below 65 decibels. If they're at 64 decibels, you're probably still going to hear them at that location. It's just saying you can't be heard louder than 65 decibels. It doesn't mean you're not going to be heard. It's different than.
Right, I'm not saying her, well, but that's why I'm giving the example of the condominium. That condominium is not the first private property. It was like 10 properties or.
I'm really sorry. I fail to see where we're going here because we have a dead horse and the horse has been kicked and it's beyond dead at this point. We have scrutinized this applicant. You've approved multiple noise CUPs
I have
and
not.
amplified music since you've been on the commission, and you've not a single time asked any of these questions. So I'm just trying to understand for myself where we are going. We had consensus. We're ready to move forward. It's been 30 minutes since that point, and I don't know where you're going or what you're asking or what the point is. What are we trying to accomplish? The applicant, we've given them the conditions that we kind of had a consensus on. They said, I'm sure you have to go back to the owner and confirm with them that they will agree to that, but that's where we are. So I'm trying to understand, what else do we need to know to make a decision on this? Because we have another applicant right after this with a similar issue. And I would like to get them out here as well today. So where are we going? What are we doing? What is the point of this?
Besides being rude, I'm trying to help the people who are complaining all the time within my district and any other district, you know? So I was asking the question because I am not an expert, neither are you, and I'm trying to understand an equipment that we're saying is going to govern what we are authorizing on this CUP.
And you've authorized, you voted for this same equipment on several CUPs since you've been in office, and you've never asked this. So I'm trying to understand what makes this applicant different that we have to scrutinize him this much. We're going to use the same methods, the same methodology, same as every other applicant that we've approved here recently. So what is different about this one?
First of all, I cannot recall approving a CUP with governing. So if you have the detail of that,
Certainly.
you could explain that. But if you
Absolutely.
tell me that you haven't had one complaint from a resident in this city, regardless of what's done in the past, doesn't mean you don't improve. And that's what we're trying to do, is improve what we're doing, okay? Or at least that's what I'm trying to do, is improve what we're approving. Forget about the past. You learn about from the past your mistakes and you want to get better. And that's what I'm trying to help us get, is better.
Okay, and if that's the case, I applaud your efforts because you approved the Serato, which had this.
Governing?
Yes, they had a governor. It was in their conditional use application for the pool
It also
and the
had
amplified
governing.
music.
It also had engineering.
Yep.
To acoustic engineering to prevent
And-
the sound from traveling, which we're not doing here.
No questions to that applicant, and we've had several others. We had other restaurants that have come before us. And so, again, I'm trying to understand what is different about this applicant. If you're trying to say, hey, I didn't scrutinize the last few people enough, I got to do a better job because I am here to protect my residents and the quality of life of my residents, then I applaud those efforts. If we're just scrutinizing this individual in this business for no reason at all, just to give them a hard time, I don't understand, because I'm not hearing anything. I haven't heard a single thing other than making them go get a sound engineer, something we've never asked anyone else to do, when we don't need one because we have a governor that the staff is going to go out, they're going to measure it, they're going to calibrate it, and then the manager's going to lock it up. Okay, if that isn't good enough and you want to do something better, I'm open to that. But I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing going around in circles, and we're not going anywhere. We're not making any suggestions. We're not improving the situation. We're not giving the applicant any guidelines on how to help us make a better decision. So, again, I will ask, what are we looking to accomplish? Are you okay with the sound governor?
No,
Okay. Are you okay with limiting the CUP to the ownership?
again, Mayor, you're making this about me. I'm asking questions and now you're turning it about me. It's not about me. I'm trying to improve something and I'm not even critiquing the applicant. I'm talking about the city's process, okay? That's what I'm talking about, okay? How do we know that when we leave here today, it's going to be enforced the way that we thought of what we approved? That's it.
Okay, so you don't have confidence in our staff that they're going to enforce it, or what? I'm trying to understand. Again, I don't.
Talking about equipment here, Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Marriott, was there a motion you would like to make?
I'd like to make a motion to approve with staff recommended conditions, with the change to a sound governing device and the language suggested by our attorney regarding the conditional use going with the applicant for permit number 25057 for 2001 Paso Grill Way.
Is there a second? I will second. City Clerk, if you please do a roll call.
Commissioner Robinson?
No.
Commissioner Ruznicki?
No.
Commissioner Mulholland?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marriott?
Yes.
And Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have action item 6B, resolution 2025-14, conditional use permit 25058. City Attorney, please.
A resolution of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, authorizing a conditional use permit for the playing of outdoor music in an outdoor dining and drinking area at parcel 36 31 15 77 994 042 0040 with an address of 7141 Gulf Boulevard, pursuant to the Land Development Code Section 33.4G, incorporating the conditions outlined herein and providing for corrections of scrivener's errors and an effective date.
Brandon.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
If we could pull up the PowerPoint. This is conditional use permit 25058 for 7141 Paso Grill Way. It is the location of La Dulce Vita Trattoria restaurant, recently opened. The agent is Mirko Spati for Greek Beach LLC, who is the owner. They're requesting establishment of live and recorded music in an existing outdoor dining and drinking area from 12:30 through 9:30 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 12:30 through 10:30 p.m. Friday through Saturday weekly. This is made pursuant to Land Development Code Section 33.4G. I did speak to the agent just prior to this hearing. They did state that they were seeking to drop the live music portion of this request, as I understand it, which they're nodding. They can confirm that after this presentation, but I'll speak to this request in that regard. Listing of exhibits, an aerial of the property. It's located at the southeast corner of 72nd Avenue and Gulf Boulevard. The property has a zoning of CC2. This is a commercial zoning. It does allow for multifamily mixed-use projects over a certain acreage, which this subject property does not meet. It does promote property consolidation, which is not being undertaken through this request. This is solely a request for now recorded music at the subject property. Here's a survey and site plan, a little bit difficult to make out on the screen, but you can see on there the pink stage area, which I understand if this is not live music will not be used. You can see the blue boxes are the speakers. They are oriented toward Gulf Boulevard for the speaker closest to the residents to the east side. There are also two speakers in the seating area, which are oriented toward the restaurant. So the request is made pursuant to Land Development Code Section 33.4G. This is an existing outdoor seating area. It has been permitted, and they are simply seeking to introduce music to the area. This is in our Special Planning Area 1. It was formerly known as the Community Redevelopment District, so it is subject to the 20 criteria in Section 4.4 and 4.12. As I mentioned before, if they are not offering live music, I do not expect for them to keep the stage. They would be looking to offer recorded music during their hours of operation, which would be 12:30 to 9:30 Sunday through Thursday, and 12:30 through 10:30 Friday through Saturday. To summarize the request, the property is located in a commercial district. It is near properties and uses detached residences, specifically the property to the immediate east of here and the property to the northeast of here. They are approximately 70 feet away. They do contain detached single-family residential uses. I mentioned before the applicant is not seeking to play acoustic music, so this would be solely recorded music. Stage and speakers are oriented toward Gulf Boulevard or the restaurant, but as I mentioned before, they are very close to residential property, much closer than the request we just reviewed. The owner has agreed to general staff conditions on automatic volume limiters, what we just discussed as a governor, with management-only access, and that they would perform sound tests to ensure that noise is not audible at surrounding residences. There is an additional requirement in our special planning area 1 that noise from music not be audible to surrounding residences. That's an additional standard above the 65 decibel standard that we have all day at other areas of the city. So looking at the basis for approval with conditions, the property has been vacant for several years. The applicant has reinvested in the business. The use is appropriate to the category to the extent that music is not adverse to the residential character, as we speak about frequently, future land use goal 1. The request does constitute a continuation of a neighborhood level business use. That's Downtown Redevelopment District Objective 1.8. If adequate conditions are applied, the use should not be adverse to the Land Development Code criteria. The applicant has agreed to regulate music to not be audible from neighboring residences, which we'll talk about in a moment. That is a higher standard than we've recommended for other conditional uses that are not in the Special Planning Area 1 that has that additional requirement. And also Land Development Code Section 4.12A6 and other criteria, noise would be abated through speaker orientation, electronic means, or an analog means, which would be a sound governor. Concerns, if staff conditions specifically are not sufficient, or if there are concerns about noise that would not be mitigated through this conditional use permit. They are extensive hours for live music. They would be daily. Again, the live music portion of this request has been eliminated, which the applicant can confirm, but there would be recorded music played during hours of operation, which would total out to be about 70 hours per week. That could be viewed as incompatible unless adequate criteria are applied. We have introduced a condition regulating DBC. This picks up low bass tones in a way that A-weighted noise does not. The city cannot regulate content. We spoke about this in the prior conditional use as well. Again, unless the condition were regulated to the property owner, we cannot regulate future owners from the type of music they play, the instruments to be played in this area, which again, this is a live, they've eliminated the live music request, so the instruments would not be applicable. And again, the next bullet, acoustic music only, that would not be applicable. It's all recorded music. And these lack of adequate controls, if not applied, could be adverse to Land Development Code Section 4.4A1 and 2C through D. In terms of recommended conditions, we'll try to eliminate the ones that were specific to live music as I get on the list. Outdoor recorded music would be allowed daily, but no later than 10 p.m. 10 p.m. is where our decibel limitations drop from 65 down to 55. Staff would prefer that music not be played in this area after 10 p.m., whether it's recorded or live. Condition 2 was specific to live music, which I understand the applicant has eliminated. 3 would be that speakers are limited in sensitivity and wattage. That would be item B in the conditional use permit that you just reviewed, but they would also be equipped with sound governors. The applicant has presented speakers that are limited to a sensitivity of 89 decibels. That would be measured at 1 meter at 1 watt. They are not high-powered speakers, which is what I'm trying to convey through that. They would be equipped with the sound governor as well as being limited to that wattage and that sensitivity. All amplification equipment shall be permanently installed. The owner has agreed to that, and that is what they are planning to do. There would be no traveling or temporarily installed speakers in this instance due to the lack of live music. Decibel limitations would be similar to what we've applied for other conditional use permits in the special planning area. They shall not exceed 3 decibels above background at the closest receiving properties. So those would be the properties to the east, northeast, and north of this location. The north is, of course, a commercial use. It's an auto body shop. They would also be limited to 5 dBc above source present dBA. This is frequently used in other jurisdictions. It effectively limits any kind of bass tones coming out of the speakers. dBc picks up on those bass tones better than A-weighted measurements. 2 substantiated violations shall require this approval to be returned to the Commission for reconsideration, the same condition that was applied to the previous approval. Protection for the stage area shall be maintained on the east side of the seating area. This isn't directly related to noise, but there is a parking space there. It faces up against the back of the stage area. A copy of the resolution shall be kept on site at all times, and then the boilerplate conditions that we apply, violation shall allow the City Commission to rescind or modify the approval, and you may periodically review this request to determine compliance. This did not include limitation to ownership, so this is something the Commission is seeking to approve, and that is a condition you would like to apply to this one as well. That would need to be an additional condition. So as before, these are the action options: to approve with conditions, deny, or if you need additional information, if you would like to continue to a specified date for this conditional use permit 25058. We do have the agent present. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Brandon. Just to clarify, this application includes a governor, a sound governor.
They have agreed to that, yes.
Thank you.
What did you just clarify, Mr. Mayor?
That there's a sound governor in the application, in the conditions.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions for Brandon?
This property shares a property line with the resident, with the single-family home, correct?
It does, yes.
Okay. And it's directly or diagonally across from a apartment complex?
Correct. Across the street, yes.
Okay. Just trying to get a lay of the land, how many residences are near there? And as far as speakers, we're looking at, now with not having the live music, we're looking at how many speakers are we looking at? Do they think? I can wait till they come up and I can ask that question.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure, but I would assume the same number.
Same number? There's 3.
There's 3, correct.
Is this your district, Commissioner Robinson?
Yes, this is my district, yes.
Have you received much feedback on this?
The letters that just came in,
Just those?
just those, yeah. But there are residences right there.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it just happens to be on Gulf Boulevard. I think the concern I have is, I wish, but it's just the way that the property is laid out. It would be great if this was in front on Gulf Boulevard, but it's not. It's on the side, which I guess if it was in front of Gulf Boulevard, it as well would bother potentially the apartment complex. That could have effects there. It's a very busy area for live music in general. That whole Coquina West area is loud. I do have a question, and what is, as far as being able to say that, ensuring that music's not audibly in somebody's residence, how do we determine that? How is that actually determined?
What we've applied to other conditional use permits is what I had recommended for this one, and the way that we base that, and our code enforcement manager can confirm this because he has a training as well, 3 decibels difference between a source present measurement and a background measurement. So if the music's turned off, that would be the background. The source present would be with the music on. A 3 decibel difference is where we can get an adequate reading, and that's where both sound sources are producing an equivalent decibel they scale together to be 3 decibels above. So if it's less than 3, that's been our threshold for the sound source is lower than a background rating without the music on. So it should not effectively be audible at a residential neighboring residence.
Where have we used this at?
This was used in the Sirata and the Trade Winds conditional use permit. That's the same threshold.
In practicality, where have we used it at?
I don't know that it's been implemented anywhere. We've set specific receiving standards at what has been implemented, which is the Hotel Zamora. I believe we set lower than 65 decibel level limitations, but that had to do with the location on the rooftop. Is that correct, Pete? We used the...
That's correct.
So Hotel Zamora would be an example of this being in a residential neighborhood? Because I've heard those complaints too, so.
So we specified actual decibel limitations measured from the rooftop for the Hotel Zamora rooftop music. So that's actually taken on the rooftop of Zamora rather than at a receiving property. The 3 decibels is that's the threshold where any reading below 3 decibel difference between background and source present is where it's considered an ineffective reading. It hasn't, that's the threshold we use based on our equipment. So if it's less than 3 decibels, that this condition would consider it to be
Passed.
meeting the standard, yes.
So just to be clear, unlike other conditional use applications that we've had, we're not setting the equipment at 65 dB or any other setting. What we're setting it at is at 3 dB above ambient noise.
And that would be an additional restriction to whatever we have in our code.
Yeah.
So they would be subject to the 65. They would also be subject to a 3 decibel difference between ambient and the source present. So that would be additional, as well as anything we might adopt in the future. They would be subject to that.
And do you know roughly what traffic noise rate's at?
In this location, Pete, I don't know that we've done readings, but I think that typically ambient in the city is usually around 55. Is that the background that we tend to get, 55 to 58?
Depending on the location, it could be as low as 55 to 58, and then there are other locations where it's a little bit higher, 65. Depending on how high traffic the area is, it could get as high as 65 or even louder.
So it's going to be 65 or 3 above ambient, whichever is less.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so if it's ambient is 55, then we would be set at 58.
Correct, yes.
And then ordinance would be you could not exceed 65, but in their case, they would be limited to 58.
Correct, that would be the limitation for that area, and that would be at the receiving property, the residential property, yes.
Right. There is a wall on the east side of the property.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the height of that wall?
Offhand, I don't know. I do know that there is a barricade. I mean, granted, it's slatted, but that's on the east side of the seating area, but it's not a solid wall. I don't know the height of the wall there.
So what we're looking here, I mean, if I'm completely way off, let me know. Maybe we should ask the applicant. What it sounds like here is you're looking for ambiance music, not a concert. If you'll please state your name and address for the record or the business.
Hi, my name is Pietro Bartoli. I'm on the behalf of Mirko Spotti because he's not practical with English.
No problem.
If you hear speaking, because I was translating him.
Sure.
Basically, we just wanted to put ambient music. So if it has to be 3 decibel above the ambient music, it's no problem at all. As far as we can put a little bit of ambient, we're fine with every regulation is required.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant while they're up?
So what are your business hours?
Right now, during the summer, is from 3 p.m. until 9:30, but usually it should be from 12:30 to 9:30.
So is that summer and winter hours you're doing?
Yeah, no, we are doing right now because it's a slow period. We are opening at 3:30 p.m. Till 9 p.m. And on the weekends, Friday and Saturday, we close at 9:30. But usually we will be open from 12:30 p.m. until 9, and of course, Friday and Saturday, 9:30.
So the staff recommendation was to shut music down at 10 p.m., the same as every other business in the city?
Yes,
So you're okay with that?
absolutely. We close half an hour before, so
On the weekends, you had a request to 10:30.
we can shut it off at 10 p.m., no problem.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
How do you spell your last name?
B-A-R-T-O-L-E.
Thank you.
I, sorry, it's not E, it's I.
Do we have any audience comments? Thank you, City Clerk. Okay. Questions, comments, discussion?
Did we do ex parte on this one? I can't remember.
We did
could
not.
do ex parte.
Start with me.
Restart to my right.
Yes, other than reading the material and the emails that were presented tonight, that's the only communications that I've had on this particular item.
Drove by the establishment, and that's it. I really didn't get any emails for this particular CUP, and of course, read the material.
Oh, sorry. I just read the documents in the application and in our packet, as well as the letters that were received that Brandon passed out earlier, and just reviewed the LDC.
Just the material that was provided for the meeting.
I reviewed the material for this conditional use application, including several emails, as well as the communication that was provided earlier today, and I am familiar with the property and its surroundings and the neighbors. I've not had any personal communication with anyone on this property.
So, Commissioner Robinson and Mr. Mayor, this is you folks' neck of the woods. Though, Mr. Mayor, the whole city is yours, so I don't want to insult you or anything. There's a lot of houses really close by, and there's a lot of places that play music up there. I mean, it seems like, for the most part, these folks' request, particularly with the governor, is reasonable, but the people, are they getting pummeled up there already?
It's hard to judge on that particular area because they got hit pretty hard with the storm, so there's not a lot of people in the homes. So I was actually pleasantly surprised that there were letters, because there's not that many people there. And obviously the apartment complex across the way, that got hammered pretty bad at the storm too. So there's not a lot of residents in that immediate area, but the concern being is it's right next door. I mean, it's literally shares a property line, which is concerning for any sort of outdoor music. And if it, again, we can't judge content, and we can't say, but if I had to hear the same thing again and again, I might make myself, a little crazy. And I hate to make a decision based on that there's nobody there living there now, because that's not really fair to somebody who would purchase in there or come into that area or refix their home and come back in, why they're not here to say something. So I do have big concerns about that and about how loud it can be. You've got Casa de Pan on the other side, that they don't do any music outside, they don't do any ambient outside. I don't hear that on any of the other restaurants. I don't think Odie's doesn't do it. Agave is not playing outdoor ambient music. So it is a concern, considering it is right next to residents.
It's, Mr. City Attorney, it's probably not legally enforceable on a cup to have a different decibel standard.
Well, we have a criteria that applies here in the community redevelopment area under 35.8, and that specifically says, or 39.5A, it says commercial It says, "No amplified music shall be audible to neighboring residents." So that's more like a plainly audible or clearly audible standard that applies within the Community Redevelopment District general standards. So that's why we have a different criteria here. Instead of being 65, it shouldn't be audible. 65 is a normal conversation like we're having between us, and clearly you can hear me and I can hear you. So you still can hear at 65, but if we apply this audible standard, then you won't be able to hear the music above background at the surrounding properties.
And that's unique
Different
to,
standard. It's
right.
in the existing code.
to this particular district, and
Yes.
some others possibly.
Community Redevelopment District. 39.5. It also says common walls between residential and non-residential uses shall be constructed to minimize the transmission of noise and vibration.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
A question on your comment, Commissioner Robinson, because you said you said it really quick, so I couldn't grasp what you said. Agave does have ambient music?
They don't have ambient music outside.
Outside they don't?
No.
Okay. And you said there was no other one in that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of, except if you, not even on Corey. I mean, Trisatiki doesn't even have ambient music outside on their deck, neither does Swigwam. The only person playing outside music would be Chill.
Right.
So.
And you haven't had any complaints, you know?
I don't really get any complaints on that, more so, even though that, Corey is not my district, but
Yeah.
I do hear the complaints
Yeah.
on 82 Degrees, Toasted Monkey, that area, for that. As well as a few, as well as a couple other ones, but, you know, it's difficult being right there. I mean, you're adjacent to, you know, it's having a business that's never had outdoor music before, and now all of a sudden, we're granting, or looking at possibly granting, you know, to,
Yeah. And this
to
is
allow that.
ambient, you're only looking for ambient, not live music, correct? Is that what you're removing? And City Attorney, you said that on the CRD that there needs to be a barrier, right?
No.
Like on that wall? Oh, that does not, I thought he said that.
It says common walls between residential and non-residential uses shall be constructed to minimize the transmission of noise and vibration.
That's just if there's a wall already there.
Yeah, there's not a wall.
Not to construct any wall.
No. But you also said that on residential property, it cannot be clearly audible, correct?
Right.
No amplified music shall be audible to neighboring residents.
So they already have that protection in.
This
So-
doesn't remove it, in other words.
Right, so what we're talking about is somebody playing the radio at a level that's going to be quieter probably than the radio in the cars going down Gulf Boulevard with their windows rolled down.
Right. And City Attorney, that does stay, right? That it's audible to the resident. What we are approving here doesn't remove that, right? Just wanna
No,
make-
that's in the code already. It's nothing new. What we're doing is adding a way to measure it. And Brandon's got the 3 decibel difference as a way to measure the audibility using a decibel meter.
I'd like to make a motion to approve with staff conditions, with the addition of a condition as drafted by the city attorney, so that the conditional use goes with the property owner for permit number 25058 for 7141 Gulf Boulevard.
That would be this conditional use is specific to this applicant and operator. Any change in ownership or restaurant operator shall receive approval of a new or amended CU application by the city commission.
And I guess, Brandon, do we need to amend it to be for ambient music only?
If you could request to strike condition 2, because that is a live music condition authorizing. With that stricken, only one would apply, so that would be ambient
Okay,
only.
and in addition, striking condition 2 that refers to live music.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. You have to make a decision. You have to approve, you have to modify, you have to deny, you have to continue to date certain. So, if you're not going to vote to approve, you have to make a different motion.
I'm in favor of approving, so I'm not also going to make the motion to deny.
It was a general comment to the
I'm concerned about how close, I mean, I recognize Gulf Boulevard is commercial, but it's right next door to a residence, and I know how that can go. Really, Commissioner Robinson, I'm going to follow your lead on this one because it's your district, you live there, you understand what the ramifications might be. I would, you know.
Well, it sounds like, from what Commissioner Merritt said, it sounds like you're bringing Gulf Boulevard right onto a residential street. So the noise of Gulf Boulevard or slightly under it. And I just can't in good conscience say that that's okay. That's been a quiet, you know, that neighborhood doesn't have the traffic, you know, on its little street. The people aren't right there on Gulf Boulevard. They're sat back behind Gulf Boulevard. Even the body shop doesn't have the noise or ambient music playing. There's not workers there playing radios loudly or anything like that.
What I was saying is that the noise from Gulf Boulevard is probably louder at the residence to the east of the restaurant than the music from the restaurant will be. Not that you're bringing that noise into the neighborhood.
Well,
but I get what you're saying.
Well, you are bringing, I mean, you're bringing a little lower of a level is what you're saying is acceptable for them.
Except our code already says that the noise from this, the music that they would be playing from their speakers cannot be clearly audible at any residence. So that includes the one that is right at the end of their parking lot. So they're going to have to turn the radio down to a spot where you cannot hear it from that residence directly next door to their parking lot.
But if our code says that it cannot be clearly audible, then why are we letting it be audible? Because we're saying it can be 3 decibels below the ambient on Gulf Boulevard.
It says it has to, both of those conditions are in there, and it has to adhere to the one that's strictest. And it is possible to have the music at a level where somebody sitting on the patio can hear it and somebody at that property cannot. I think that is a possibility. And both of those standards are in the conditions, and they'll have to adhere to the one that is strictest. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So, Pete, and I also want to make sure that the applicant understands this as well, right? If you are at the neighbor's house because they called you, and if you can hear their music at the neighbor's house, what's going to happen? Will they receive a citation or a warning, or will that be substantiated?
That would be that code section 39.5, no amplified music shall be audible to neighboring residents. A lot of times code asks for what code section they're going to write them up under.
What was the question, Mr. Mayor?
So if you receive a complaint for one of the adjoining properties, and you go to that property and you stand in their driveway, and you can hear music from the restaurant, even barely above a whisper, would that be a substantiated violation?
Based on our current code, the issue is going to be whatever sound we're hearing is going to be considered part of the ambient sound. The ambient sound will have to be taken into account based on our current code. Once the ambient sound is recorded, we will then document the noise source, wherever that music is being played, and once we take that noise source number into account, it is then subtracted from the ambient source. Understanding that the ambient source is always a consideration in any of our noise readings. We take ambient sound, we have to take ambient sound into consideration based on how our survey is set up. If there's a new ordinance that going to be adopted, we will have to obviously abide by that to enforce the code.
City Attorney, does he have that correct? My understanding from what you were reading,
Yeah, I was going to
specific to this district, is different.
I was going to point out, I don't know if Pete was listening, many times code enforcement says, well, what section of the code do we write them up under?
Yes.
This is not the normal noise section of the code, and it's not the noise ordinance. This is section 39.5 in the Community Redevelopment District General Standards. 39.5 says, A, no amplified music shall be audible to neighboring residents.
Okay, so that clarity, thank you for that clarity, Ralph. If we are in the area and we can hear sound, then it would be considered a violation once staff can substantiate that that sound is coming from that property.
Okay. Does the applicant understand that threshold? So if the neighbor at any point can hear music from your patio, it is too loud. And the only reason I bring it up is you gotta wonder if it's worth the hassle, right?
Can you come up to the microphone? So, thanks.
Basically, we keep the music because he has another restaurant in Palm Harbor, and we also have an outside, and we have ambient music. And we keep the music low so that the server can speak with the client. If the music was too high, we couldn't work. So that's why we are not concerned about anybody hearing our music, because it will be just ambient. It won't bother not even the server that are in the patio. So we are not afraid of any complaints or going, let's say, to our neighbors and hearing our music, because we are just basically taking our radio from Italy and using it as ambient, because it's an Italian restaurant. So we are just giving the Italian atmosphere. That's it.
Sure. Thank you. The decision, same as before. You gotta make a decision one way or the other. If you want to deny it, please be sure to cite the reasons why. If you want to approve it, or somebody else wants to make a motion to approve it, if you think there are conditions that we need to put in to make you feel comfortable to approve it, then say so as well. But we do have to make a decision on this. So why don't I ask the three people that did not second the first vote, what is your objection, or what would you like to do?
Well, there's actually 4. You could motion also.
Sure. I motioned the last one.
I'm reading the letters to make sure, a couple things. One of them is strictly about live music. They've canceled out the live music. Just reviewing some of the letters here as well.
With the safeguards that this particular CUP has, which is very different from every other CUP that's come before us, I would have no objections to it. I'm not saying I would be in favor of it. I'm not saying I would oppose it. I just simply wouldn't have any objections to it. I don't find it particularly, if it can't be heard from the property next door, and having heard many times from the neighbors, I can tell you they will call if they can hear it. That's why I want to make sure that you understand that if this were to approve, what's going to happen, if it's even one time, they will call. And she lives a block over, so they definitely will call her.
I've been called numerous. I've been called numerous
Yeah.
on other
And
businesses.
so it's not, we want to make sure that, we protect the quality of life for the neighbors, and to make sure that, they have a, nice, quiet home that they can enjoy. Again, if I can't hear it inside my house, it doesn't bother me, right? I can't speak for the people in that neighborhood, but I am here to speak for them anyway, right? And so I'm asked to say, if it was me, it wouldn't bother me, because I can't hear you. And so because of that, I would not be opposed to saying yes to this. But that's because, to me, this application is even more strict than the last one we just reviewed. And because of that, I don't have any objections to it. And so I'm happy to go with whichever direction the majority of the commission wants to go.
I would be inclined to approve this if we're actually saying that if somebody, a neighbor, is going to hear this music and they make a complaint, and the problem I have more than anything is probably substantiated, because I don't find that a lot of the complaints actually get substantiated. And I get a lot of phone calls on quite a few businesses in District 2.
Which is the reason I asked both the city attorney and code enforcement how they would substantiate it and what their threshold for substantiating would be. It's been transcribed. It's going to be on the record.
Appreciate that, yes.
You know, they do have two thresholds. If the music is heard twice, right, it's going to come back. And the other one is if you have a violation of any of the conditions, right? So it's not just noise. If there's any violation of the condition, so if at 9:05, at 10:05 music is playing, that would be a violation. Doesn't matter whether you can hear it or not, right? So any violation and two substantiated violations of the noise would come back before the commission. And I think you would find a different reception.
I do have a question as to why the live music would continue 30 minutes after you've closed.
There's no live music.
I mean, excuse me, the ambient music would
There
continue.
isn't any. It's done at 10.
They said they closed at 9:30.
So the Sunday through Thursday, the request was until 10:30. This is the staff recommendation. The application had a different threshold.
All right, but I was just asking them their
You
business
want to call the
hours.
applicant up and
Yeah.
ask them what they're in?
Basically, it's we close at 9:30, but we have sometimes like on Friday and Saturdays, the kitchen closes at 9:30. But let's say someone is staying or is still discussing outside, or
That's perfectly fine. I get it now. There's a difference between some restaurants will close their kitchen at 9:30, other ones will close their doors at 9:30, meaning their kitchen closes at 9.
Yeah.
So, okay, there is a difference. Thank you for that clarification.
I make a motion to approve with staff recommendations and the city attorney's modifications as it relates to business ownership and property ownership, Resolution 2025-14.
Striking condition 2 for live music?
Oh, strike condition 2 striking condition 2 for live music, for it to only apply to ambient music.
Second.
City Clerk, if you're pleased, do a roll call.
Commissioner Rosnicki,
Yes.
Commissioner Mulholland,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
and Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have item 6C, Resolution 2025-16, a resolution opposing offshore drilling. City
A
Attorney.
resolution of the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, opposing offshore 011, that's the lease numbers, drilling and exploration activities and providing for an effective date. And in Section 2, this resolution would state that the City Commission is hereby opposed to oil and gas development closer than 250 miles to Florida's coast.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, staff, Adam Poyer, Assistant City Manager. Just to give you a little background on the resolution that you have before us. So affirm named Oceana reached out to the city and the other members of the Big C on May 14th to notify us that the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management was currently seeking public input on its upcoming 11th National Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Leasing Program. Per the firm, they state that it could expand offshore oil and gas drilling near our coast. Currently, Florida is under a moratorium for drilling. However, the announcement had stated that regions under the moratoriums could still be considered. So the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is actively soliciting coastal stakeholders to comment during their request for information period, which ends on June 16th. So the resolution language that you have in front of you for consideration tonight is actually similar to 3 that have been passed by the commission prior to this, one in 2009, one in 2018, and the most recent one was in 2023. The Big C as a group passed similar language in 2018 as well. One correction to the agenda report, the staff is not recommending one way or the other. We're not recommending that you approve or deny it. We're just simply bringing it forward for your consideration tonight based on the requests that we received. So if you do choose to approve the resolution, we will be notifying the Bureau of Ocean and Energy Management of the language, and then we'll pass it on to our state and federal lobbyists as well. And with that, we don't have a ton of additional information on this, but I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Questions, comments?
I have a couple comments, Mr. Mayor, not
Yes, sir.
necessarily for Mr. Poirier, but just in general. So I was here in the City Commission chambers when this was last, I think you said 2023, and wasn't much conversation about it. It's just kind of like, well, here it is, and we always approve this, so we should. My dad used to call me a tree hugger, and I love the environment, but I'm also a capitalist, but even more than that, I believe in national security. And I think one of the things that helps this country stay secure, or at least present day, is the energy resources that we have. And John Kruzman sent out a email to all of us. I assume everybody saw it, the pictures of the last oil spill here that affected St. Pete Beach and all the animals, and it literally breaks my heart. I do have a heart, in case you didn't know, but it bothers me very much. But without national security, we don't have a country, and for that reason, I will not be supporting this resolution. I think that we need to make available all available and reasonable resources in order to maintain our leverage as it relates to national security and energy independence and everything that economically goes with that. So I will not support this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any audience comments? No. Thank you. Commissioner Reznicki?
A question for Adam, and I know you might not have the answer, but so is there no purpose for this? Like, does this protect, I hate to say protect, it doesn't protect us. If something were to happen, is this a means for monetary resources for the city if there were to be an oil spill onto our beaches? Is that, maybe if you can enlighten me what happened in the Big C, or if anybody heard it at the meeting, why, if the other barrier islands also agree with this, what's the intention? Like, what is it protecting us from?
So my understanding is that this is just an informational period that was opened up by the the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. They're just looking for feedback. They're looking for, you know, if communities are for or against, you know, the possible exploration of oil drilling. We did do some research today. The city clerk did. We do not believe, we could not find anything that any other Big C municipality has moved on this, although we did just receive this recently, but the deadline is June 16th. So that's not to say that they're not going to, you know, this week, but we did not find any that have moved on it at this point, but they did back in 2018 and the previous years when we did. So I believe it's just providing our opinion one way or the other. It wouldn't provide any protections from what I read.
Okay, and the opinion would basically be those of us sitting up here, because we're not reaching out to the, I mean, it's your vote, right? You could vote this as a voter, you know, so again, I'm not quite sure of the purpose, you know, like, and that's why I ask if it's for money. Is it, if something were to happen, this helps secure for the city?
To me, it's just a mechanism for the city to voice their opinion, you know, voted on by our commissioners, and that's why either you'd pass the resolution or deny it.
Okay, thank you.
I believe that was the Deepwater Horizon oil spill from BP. And basically took out pretty much all the Gulf beaches. I mean, we lost tourism, people lost jobs. You think that this COVID was bad, or that this hurricane, it was like a hurricane as well. People lost jobs. The only upside on it was BP paid them. BP paid people. But it was horrific to what it did to the environment and what it did for a long time. It was bad. The beaches were destroyed. They were covered. You couldn't walk on the beach for the longest time thereafter, and you'd have spots on your feet, and you'd track it all in your house. You know, and it's ironic that we let, as much as national security and our natural resources and everything, but one of our other natural resources is our beaches and is the Gulf, and our economy is tourism, primary economy here, and that we would let that happen, you know, let continuation with offshore drilling. So I would support sign for this motion. So,
Commissioner Wozniacki.
And I would consider myself a tree hugger, but I don't see this resolution helping in the effort because, it's really what we need to be safeguarding is the spill itself, right? Our environment is being damaged continuously by a lot of things, garbage constantly on the shore. We had hurricanes, right? Did everybody remember walking out there, how many things are out there? I don't think it stops. I think it mentioned distance, and I don't know why I'm thinking distance, and it might have come from Kurzman's email that we all received. If this resolution has to do, how far? Is that true?
I believe it's two. Yeah, there was a.
Be opposed to offshore oil drilling within 250 miles of Florida's coast.
Okay, so if it happens in 251, okay, the oil spill will still affect our beaches, is to my point. So are we protecting the beach? You know, so no, we're not, because again, you can go 251, right, or 253, and you'll still get affected. So, I mean, the resolution should be stronger, and I'm not proposing to change it, but it should be stronger about safeguarding or containing faulty equipment, or, you know, whatever it may be that's happening. So, you know, again, this is just, you know, I don't think it's strong enough. You know, it's not really, we have issues with fertilizers, you know, being in the rivers and coming out through the bays, which are affecting our beaches as well, but we don't have a resolution on that, you know, so anyways.
Too many golfers.
So I see this resolution and I see Your point, Commissioner Mulholland. I see your point, Commissioner Robinson. I was here during the BP days on the West Coast, and it was not fun. You could see that as a threat to our livelihood and national security as well, because it tanked property values. It tanked real estate values, the entire real estate industry, the entire tourist industry, the entire West Coast, from Texas all the way down to here, and that's certainly, so you can see it both ways. And this resolution to me is kind of, has the same effect as somebody writing one of us an email. Right? It's one of the residents saying, I support this ordinance that we heard on one of the CUPs, or I oppose it, and giving their reasons why. And so, if I said this had no value, then I would have to say that if I write my representative, I expect it to have no value. And that is not true. Because, we do read the emails. We do make decisions based on the feedback that we receive from our residents, and I expect elected officials to do that. So for me, I think we should, one way or the other, support this resolution or let it die. But we should, let those who are asking the questions know what our opinion is as a beach town here in the middle of Florida. And let that carry whatever weight it does with all the other opinions that will be provided to them. So, if you all don't think that we should support this, then we shouldn't support it. If you don't think if it's got enough teeth, then add more teeth to it, right? If you think it's,
Could we add more?
yeah, you can modify the resolution. You can say you don't want.
I thought this came from one group that was
It's your
They
resolution,
they
you can write
provided a
whatever you like in
sample.
there.
Okay.
They provided a sample, and we can approve it with modification, deny it, or we can kick it down the road until at some point in the future, knowing that it will have no weight after the 16th. So that's kind of where we are. I don't think that this one needs, this one should be a simple, what do your principles tell you? Do you support it? Do you not? For whatever reason your principles tell you one way or the other, I'm not going to judge you for it. I think I can see both sides very easily. I would be in favor of supporting it. So.
I would like to I would like to say all offshore drilling, unsafe, I don't know if I want to call it unsafe, just all off, again, I don't know how much more strict to say, but I'm saying the feet doesn't matter, like the 251 or 260, 100 feet, if you get oil, you get oil.
Well, when you
So
do
that
offshore
would be
drilling, they have guidelines, the same way that we have ordinances. They have guidelines that says it's got to be built this way. This simply says, no matter how you build it, we do not want it within X number of miles from us or from the Gulf beaches. That's it. The federal guidelines are in place. Whether people follow them or not, whether they're enforced or not, we don't control that. We're simply making a recommendation, a yay or nay. I think it should be as easy as that. I don't think we need to go into much more. Is there a motion to approve or to deny this resolution?
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2025-16, a resolution opposing offshore drilling.
Is there a second?
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Mulholland?
No.
Vice Mayor Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruznicki? And Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have item 6D, to authorize the city manager to execute the NeoGov contract agreement with governmentjobs.com.
I had,
Oh, yeah, Mayor, we don't have a presentation. This was a consent
Nope,
item.
Commissioner Ruznicki had a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
the question, and I don't know why I lost all my papers now, was about the cost, especially that we just did the budget workshop, 30 minutes or an hour prior to this commission meeting, and it had 2025 was $50,000, 2026 was another, I hope I'm saying it right, 50,000, right? A total of 100, but this is 246. Why is that?
So what you're seeing before you, it was intended to be the full burden of a 3-year contract. And so a couple things are going to come into play with regard to with those full costs being realized across 3 years. So what we're doing this year is the $50,000 for the core scope of work for the core HR, payroll, time clock, and benefits. And that is what we intend to also do next year. Now we have the opportunity to expand that partnership for some additional modules, but we have not made that determination yet as to whether or not we're going to go with those additional modules in year 2 and 3. So that is where some of the discrepancy you're seeing with regard to what we budgeted versus what is in the fully burdened contract documents that are before you. But what we brought you was the fully burdened contract amount if we were to implement all of the modules over the course of the 3-year period.
Okay, so and again, I'm just trying to understand this whole process.
Sure.
So if the budget, so this is 246, and I can't look for the number now because
I think it's 220, if you, in the contract, it's actually 228, 845 and 85 cents.
So our budget then won't show the difference until year 3, 4, and 5 for this total amount.
It could start to show in as early as year 2, 3, and 4, and beyond.
So we need to fix our budget, right? So that we could see it that way? Is that what we should be doing?
We can reevaluate how we've got it spread in the budget. The change that you saw with the budget where it was 50,000 this year and 50,000 next year was a very recent change where we were trying to split some of the costs across years to better normalize the expenditure that the city's having to take on with this change. But I can revisit that certainly with finance and put a finer point on it if that helps.
It would definitely help me because I know we're doing, at least for me, I don't know, it's a sole,
They chose to, yes, we chose to go the sole source route through the procurement office, yes.
Correct. And I did get the email that said, because I did ask questions when I met with the city manager about, what other places are actually using this. So I saw the list. It's just a list.
Sure.
The list doesn't tell me, this is great. We love it. We want to keep going for another 5 years with it. So I don't really know how I know a lot of other systems. I did do research on it, and there was issues or comments about the integration, and that was not a positive, because I know we're integrating this with Aclarion.
We are.
So there was a lot of comments out there about it not being integration friendly. So I did have concern with that. Again, the money, it's a huge investment. We've done this in the past, approve something and then not go with it anymore, right? So it is a big expense in a time that we're going to have, I think, a pretty hard time prioritizing capital improvement projects. So
understood. And I would say, from my perspective, also in the past, I don't think they had a lot of in-house expertise in the software as a service space, and they do now, right? That's something that I definitely bring to the table. And so we are holding both contractors, Clarion and NeoGov, and any other software subscriptions we go with. We're kind of holding their feet to the fire on support, costs, spreading the costs out, managing success criteria for delivery and implementation. So there's a lot of things that we're doing to ensure that we are making better decisions and getting the right partners and products that are going to be a good fit for the city.
Okay. Is NeoGov part of Aclarion? Do you know?
It is not.
Okay.
It is not.
Commissioner Robinson.
So Aclarion is our budget and finance side. This will be our HR and payroll side.
You got
correct?
it. That's right.
And they interface together. The question is the NeoGov, what others does it integrate well with, other than Clarion? Because we've done, what,
The sole source.
Sole source on both of these.
Yeah. Many others. OpenGov, I mean, lots of other commercially viable platforms.
That would work as a budget and finance in case we find ourselves
Absolutely.
wanting to change one or the other. I just want to make sure that we have that flexibility.
We do. I mean, we got a list today of about 10 different providers that they already have direct integrations with
Right.
in the ERP space, so the finance and ERP space. So if we had to make a change, I certainly hope we don't.
Right.
Our plan is to get it done right this time and have this platform be, for this foreseeable and extended future for the city. But we have options if we have to make that choice.
And this is 3-year?
The initial term, we're intending to co-term it for 3 years with the Clarion, co-term with the Clarion for 3 years. Yes, ma'am.
Products. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And this amount is for 5 years, though, right? You're saying, or it's for 3?
It's a 3-year. What you're seeing there, the 228, if we go the fully burdened project with all the modules, that's on a 3-year term basis.
Okay.
But I will tell you, there are a number of those modules that we are not necessarily agreeing to sign up with yet. We're going to go with the core modules of absolutely what we need to get things up and running and make sure that integration is there with the finance ERP system. And then we will vet each and every one of those other modules as to whether or not they make sense for the city. So there is a chance that we will not ever bring those into bear and may not need to.
Okay. So this approval would be up to the amount of,
Yes, ma'am.
but
228.
there's a potential that it'd be less.
Absolutely, there is.
Okay.
Our agenda packet says 266. Am I missing something?
No, you are, I was wondering if someone was going to catch that. That was my mistake on the staff report. Yes, so I will make that adjustment. But the contract amount that you see for the 228 is the accurate number. Yes, ma'am.
And can the amount go higher? We have change orders all the time, right? But-
No.
And I only say this because I know there is an implementation phase, right? So you have to have a system administrator here, right? Someone who's going to be able to work on this. So I don't know if that's a full-time position or someone else's position.
Right.
And then I know when I read the packet, it talked about expert subject matter experts, that had to, I guess, help with the modules.
Yes.
So are we hiring these people, or are we using the current people? And, if we're having temporary people, because it shows you how many hours, and it's significant, so that means that full-time person is now doing something else. So then do you need someone else to be covering their current job? So
Right.
there's going to
Understood.
be other costs outside of the 268.
There is certainly potential that we might have to augment staff that we currently have along the way for modular implementation. We might need some assistance, but right now we haven't outlined that we need any additional staff, but those things are already being taken into consideration. So think about it from the HR perspective, if they need help and support. Certainly from the IT standpoint, I have the resources in-house right now that are going to be working on this for the foreseeable future. So I don't expect to have to bring in new expertise, other resources and capacity to help facilitate this. But we are still evaluating that on the HR side, and that will be coming to you through this budget process that you're looking at right now. So you'll know up front if that's something we're proposing as a result of the project implementation plan. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right.
Commissioner Mulholland and then maybe City Attorney. So this looks to be roughly $500 a year per employee.
I'm sorry?
So this seems to be roughly $450 to $500 per year per employee on a cost basis
Mhm.
for an HR system. Does that track with your experience?
So 200 employees,
150.
city? Yeah,
170?
I would say that,
Say it comes roughly to about $450 per employee per year.
I think that's reasonable.
Does that track with your experience in?
I've never done the math like that. I mean, I'm just being completely transparent with you. It tracks from the perspective of the size of the contract compared to the size of the organization, comparative to other organizations that I've run where there's 500 employees. it is much more expensive to put this exact same product in place.
One additional comment. The current contracts, right, with the products and services we have today are roughly around $70K a year for the same products, for those same core products. If you add up the core products for implementation this year, it's under 40. So we're already, it's a $30,000 decrease in costs once we get through the implementation this year, year over year. That's just for those core modules. So we are getting a significant savings year over year by migrating.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is there a motion?
I'll move to authorize the city manager to execute the NeoGov contract agreement with governmentjobs.com, DBA NeoGov, for a cost of the corrected amount.
Is there a second?
I second.
City Clerk, if you please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruznicki,
Yes.
Commissioner Mulholland,
Yes.
and Mayor Petrula.
Yes. Next, we have ordinances. 7A, final reading of ordinance 2025-12.
An ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, correcting errors in prior ordinances by amending the city's Land Development Code, Division 16, CG2, Commercial District, Section 16.2, permitted principal uses and structures to recognize and allow full-service restaurants, and Division 33, CC2, Commercial Corridor, Gulf Boulevard District, Section 33.7, Density and Intensity, to clarify that single-family residences are prohibited, and providing for codification, conflict, severability, correction of scrivener's errors, construction, publication, and an effective date. This is the second and final reading of the ordinance, which Brandon is here, but this clarifies existing code policy and interpretations by codifying it.
Okay. Are there any questions for Brandon?
I'll motion to adopt ordinance 2025-12.
Second?
Any questions?
City Clerk, if you please do a roll call.
Commissioner Ruznicki,
Yes.
Commissioner Mulholland,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
and Mayor Petrula.
Yes.
Ordinance carries.
Next, we have item 7B, final reading of ordinance 2025-13.
An ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, providing for an amendment to the budget for fiscal year 2025 by increasing appropriations for expenditure in the general fund, wastewater, reclaimed water fund, stormwater fund, and construction project fund, providing for codification, conflict severability, correction of scrivener's errors, construction, publication, and an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, I believe this one was yours.
The budget amendment.
Yes, the item presented tonight to you has no changes, and we're just presenting it as a final reading and recommending approval.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Is there a motion?
I make a motion to adopt ordinance 2025-13.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Mulholland,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruznicki,
Yes.
and Mayor Petrula.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next, we have item 7C, final reading of ordinance 2025-14, Sunset Library Advisory Committee.
An ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending the code to sunset and end all duties of the Library Advisory Committee by deleting Chapter 22, Boards, Committees, Commissions, Article 5, Library Advisory Committee, Code Sections 22-136 through 22-144, providing for codification, conflict, severability, correction of scrivener's errors, construction, publication, and an effective date.
Thank you. Questions, comments on this final reading?
Mayor, just want to correct the record that during the first reading, I stated that was my understanding that the current seated library board committee members had been notified of the commission's action to remove this from the municipal code, and found out following that meeting that that had not occurred. Since then, the library director has met with each of those members personally, as well as I sent them each a letter with an apology and also letting them know what the plans of the commission were. Based on that outreach, staff still recommends approval of this final reading.
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 2025-14.
Second.
City Clerk?
Commissioner Mulholland,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruznicki,
Yes.
and Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next, we have items for discussion. First one is Commissioner Mulholland regarding parking in Paso Grill.
I regret that I won't be here to participate in the long overdue completed fee study as well as the parking plan. But I did want to leave a couple nuggets for those of you that will be dealing with it. It's come to my attention that we have at least a couple residents in Paso Grill, possibly more, and there's strong evidence to support this, that they're renting parking spots out for $40 a day. So one, I would just say, as I've said from day one here, we're not charging enough for our parking. And secondarily, when the parking plan comes, I've had, it's been a while, but I've had a number of Paso Grill residents inquire why they no longer can have two public parking passes for parking in the Paso Grill avenues. And apparently, these couple of residents that I referenced that are making a good bit of change on renting out their personal parking areas are also selling their parking pass. So I would just ask you to consider, or when you consider issuing more parking passes, that be a consideration as well, because apparently this is a real profit center for some of these people. So I just thought that I would bring that to light. That is unfortunate that that appears to be going on. Like I say, I have very strong evidence to indicate that it is. So I just wanted to plant those seeds and make a couple public comments about it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Operating any kind of parking facility or parking lot requires a conditional use application. In the city of St. Pete Beach, this is not the first time we've had enterprising individuals, and that is in fact a code violation. So if that happens, seek leak fix is the fastest way to report it. And I agree, we don't charge enough for parking. So, but we'll see what the fee study says, and then if there's ways to manage that more effectively at the rate that we charge. Next, we have Commissioner Ruznicki. You had 2 items you wanted to bring up.
Yeah, the first one was the waiving of the permit fees. I've had several in the last, I will say, week and a half, phone calls, 2 emails, a couple of texts from residents who were a little frustrated, or like the gentleman who spoke earlier today, I almost forgot, who, it's not a lot. I mean, I'm making it sound like it's not a lot. Let's say it's less than 10, right? People or individuals who, for many different reasons, whether it's financial burden, that they don't have the money. At the time that we were waiving, let's just say, the permit fees, not understanding that, I mean, I know some of us were saying, well, go ahead and submit your permit application, even though you might not be putting your HVAC yet, you know, but get it in. But many didn't hear that, you know, and probably didn't think it was kosher, let's just say, or like, you know, they didn't want to lie and say that I'm putting it now when I'm not. Or people who have been waiting for grant approvals, like Elevated Florida, not knowing whether they're getting approved or not. So, because just because you applied doesn't mean you got approved. Or people who, now there's some other SBA loans out there. I think in our earlier presentation, there was like a June 30th expiration date for that first one. I think it's economic something or other. I can't remember, but I know it's through SBA. Another one that's in July. So a lot of things are still out there where people are applying, still haven't had a response, still don't know what to do. Could be mental health, if you want to think about it. Some people just really are stuck. You know, they are, I know quite a few people in my neighborhood who are literally stuck. They don't know what to do. And some hard decisions, especially for some people who've lived there, 40 plus years in some cases. So also people who have not received SD determination letters, or people who are waiting for historic designation, for example, and have applications in, so yet haven't been able to make that final decision. So I wanted to try to propose something, it could be an application process, or something that someone can submit to the city with supporting evidence, if you want to call it supporting evidence, as to why they weren't able to submit their permit yet, whether it was to do their HVAC or electrical work or whatever it may be, because they're still kind of waiting. I mean, I know a lot of us have driven around and see there's empty houses that just have their dry walls cut out and might not know what to do yet. And then maybe something happens in their life and they're able to. So just still wanted to support those people who are struggling. So I wanted to put it out there, maybe think about it, maybe put it on the agenda for next time or something, to kind of just think about it, because I don't think 8,000 people are going to apply for it. So, you got to think about the percentage of people who would actually want to do this and how we're helping those people who might not be financially capable of doing something yet with their home. So, I know I've seen other cities who have struggled with hurricane recovery, and 5 years have passed, and, when do we say, can we say, I don't even think you can, if a house has not been fixed, I don't know if you can legally, and maybe I'm looking at you, city attorney, can you say you got to fix it? Because, I've been to Fort Myers, and I know there's...
Fort Myers Beach has been through it where they say you have to fix it or demolish it, and if you don't demolish it, then we'll demolish it. And
If it's unsafe, though, right?
But
Just because it's empty and you're not living in it, but it's not
has to be condemned and...
Right, a condemnation, right, which I think we have on our ordinances too, I hope.
I think there are some people waiting for Elevate Florida because the funding isn't there in the reviews,
Correct.
which is a little bit too...
Because just because you're not elevating your home doesn't mean you might still have a chance to repair your home. They're trying to make their homes more resilient if that's what they're doing. Every case would have a different story, which is why, I'm kind of saying it's kind of like an application, like listening to this gentleman earlier today, he had a reason or a story, and of course we only got 3 minutes of it, but obviously he had something happening that he wasn't able to go get his HVAC installed. So anyways, that was, I don't know if anybody has comments on that or if you've received any other residents in the same situation, but I've had quite a few.
I've heard from a few who have a slightly different situation than that, and that's from the relatively small group of people whose houses were deemed substantially damaged. They either chose not to or felt like they weren't going to be successful at appealing it, and are going to be tearing their houses down and building an elevated structure, and and then are very taken aback by the fact that then there's also, whatever the number is in building permit fees for a new house, 10 or 13 or, $15,000, where they feel like, gosh, you guys said my house was substantially damaged, and so now I have to build a new house because of you, and I'm being punished by building permit fees, which wouldn't have been waived ever, even if they had gotten their permit in sooner. And I'm, I'm probably going to be in that group of people too. My viewpoint, I can see both sides of it. On the one hand, you go, yeah, that seems punitive. On the other hand, it's a very small percent of the total cost of a project.
It's a lot of work.
It's practically a rounding error. The staff does have a lot of work to do. And my perspective is always that I don't think anybody is going to be very concerned about the fees they're paying if they get a building permit quickly and efficiently, and they feel like staff is really doing the job. I was watching the special magistrate hearing yesterday and thinking that, gosh, wouldn't it be great if our building department had to issue building permits in the same amount of time that we make our residents clean up their yards? We should make the timeline the same for both, whatever it is. But so I think that, I think that right now, because it's still such an emotional thing for all of us to be in that situation of having your house wrecked, that it just seems like insult added to injury. And I wonder if there maybe is some, outside source or charity that is already set up to assist with things like that for people that really have a financial need. And so I'll certainly try to carve out some time to look into if there's any possibilities for that kind of thing, where there's maybe a process that already exists somewhere else for people who have a real financial need, and I'll let everybody know.
And I would say not for complete rebuild.
No, but just for the little things.
Like the one that's
absolutely.
due on the 30th, I think it was, or the 20th of this month, is for economic impact. But I'm saying someone who might have thought that they were elevating their home and then they didn't get approved.
Right.
And then all they really need to do is get an HVAC. I mean, it's still a lot of money, right? Their electrical work and stuff. So it's not a rebuild, brand new, demolished home.
Yep.
Can there be something for someone to apply for that?
Yep.
Kind of thing.
Oh, if I take the substantially or non-substantially letters mailed total, the 2519, that would be about the number of people that would have gotten permits.
But there's 4,500 permits.
Right. So some people got multiples. I mean, I know I did. I got 3 different ones, so. Okay. I was just trying to figure out how many we might be short. It didn't really work out that way to figure that out. But yes, I am as well getting calls from folks that, are late in the process and are dismayed with the permit fees.
I mean, what I could do is maybe talk with you or, both of you and kind of figure out how many, maybe you all are hearing, they said they were at, like the gentleman here, he was just at the permitting office. How often is that happening? Or is it less than 100, let's just say, just to put a number, how many would it impact or how it would impact the city?
And where's, you have to look at where's your threshold, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the reason that we were able to do what we did is because FEMA reimbursed us. It wasn't because we took it out of the city pockets of our reserves or anything. It's because FEMA was reimbursing us up until that point. Then we extended it for another month at 50%, and that did come out of the city reserves because FEMA was no longer reimbursing us. So, in the gentleman that was here today, for example, and I'm in the exact same boat. I was able to fix my AC. It's running fine. Well, what happens if my AC dies in 2 years from now,
Right.
and the AC guy comes out and says, well, you got saltwater corrosion? Do I come back and say, well, it's got saltwater corrosion, it had 2 feet of water 2 years ago, I would like my permit for free?
Yeah,
I would like my permit for free as well, because I can say, look, we tracked it back. And then, I'm not simply saying, if you're going to set up a way of arbitrating who gets it and who not, then you have to come up with guidelines on how do you determine. Then you're going to have to assign either staff or some other resources to review those applications, and which ones do we waive, which ones do we not waive. And then the Elevate Florida ones, right, those were never waived to begin with. So the 150, 200 people that are in that, those were never getting waived. Because if you elevate your house, or if you demolish your house, it's a whole different, and again, what needs to be clear is the permitting fees are not a profit center for the city. It's a matter of, it takes this much staff time, and we offset that staff time, right? And so if you're just getting your AC elevated, it's gonna be $100, $150, whatever the number is, because it's a quick, okay, is the permit right? Okay, good, fine. That will take 5-10 minutes. Versus if you're submitting engineering plans for lifting a 2,000 square foot structure off the ground, that is a different animal. That is a different time requirement to review those plans, and that's why the difference in the cost for those. So, again, if you're going to say you want to continue doing it, you've got to come up with two things. A metric on how you're going to decide who gets the permit fees waived, and then you got to come up with how you're going to pay for it, right? Because that is a hard cost, right? If we had 200 permits, the average permit from what I've seen so far is roughly $2,000. So that's $40,000. I know that sounds like a rounding error, as somebody said, but we still got it. It's in our budget. We have to have a balanced budget. Where is that 40,000 coming from? Is it coming from reserve funds? Is it coming from somewhere else, right? So you have to, if you make that proposal, those are the two additional pieces of information you have to provide. So if this comes back, or if you're going to bring this back for a discussion or for some kind of motion or some kind of action at the commission, whether next time or the time after, let's make sure that we have those two items covered. How do we determine who gets it? And how do we pay for it? Same as we have to do for any other budget item. You also had a conversation on CUPs you wanted to have?
Mayor, I need some clarification. Are you directing?
No,
staff
no,
to do
I'm
that?
saying the commissioners that want that, they need to come
Okay.
with some kind of plan.
So no action by staff at this?
No action by staff. I
Okay,
mean,
thank
I'm
you.
sure they will contact you and get more information and talk it out further. But if you bring it back to the commission, it's got to have some kind of, some way for us to be able to take action on it. Three items, 3 minutes. Unless somebody wants to make it.
Oh,
Yeah.
So I wanted to just kind of mention this because I have been talking to the city manager about it. And of course, we just approved 2 CUPs. And I hear, and even in talking in today's conversation with the CUPs, I'm sure most of you don't know, and I will ask the city manager to please share this with the rest of the commission. But what I have in front of me is a stack, very small letters, and I'll just you can just glance and pass it down. But she could send it to you. Those are all the CUPs for the city, okay? And my issue, like mentioned prior, is because we have issues with all these CUPs that have been approved. This is just an Excel spreadsheet. Okay, it's really hard to manage our CUPs. And I'll give you one example because it's the one that's been kind of irking me for some years because even as president for the neighborhood and now as a commissioner, same complaints. And this particular lot, which is the one that came before us as the Windward application. And I know all of you have gone through Gulf Boulevard and you see the cars parked on that lot. And this is why I kept asking the question about when we approve the CUPs, who is the applicant, okay? Because that particular CUP, which was, by the way, 2011, and parking is a maximum of 5 years. Okay, so 2011, it was extended several times, but it was specific on the last time to the applicant of the trade winds and the applicant of the Samora, specifically the prior owner of the Samora, not the current one. And you hear other whole committee, and I could even forward you all the link to that particular last review of that CUP, and how the whole commission was even upset about how there's violations, okay? And, you know, trailers parked, there's a trailer there right now, there's 2 of them, by the way. If you drive back towards the dawn, you might see it this evening, it's still parked there. There's supposed to be no trailers. There's supposed to be only employee parking, okay? And it's in disrepair. There was supposed to be landscaping. I know they were going to special magistrate, they're trying to.
Commissioner Resnicki, your time is up. Our time is up.
I make a motion to extend the meeting 15 minutes to 10:15.
I second.
City Clerk.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Commissioner Mulholland was called last.
Okay. Was called last?
He was called first
Okay.
on the last round.
So we'll go Commissioner Robinson?
Sure.
Vice Mayor, actually. It's 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I don't have an order for that, I'm sorry.
So we go in order, right? So
Just-
wherever the last one left off, we move on to the
Go
next
find
one.
it.
So in this case, it would be District 1, then District 2, then
So Vice Mayor Marriott?
No.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Commissioner Mulholland?
Yes.
And Mayor Petrilla?
no.
And I don't mind bringing this for another action, as an action item or discussion, because, again, you'd have to look at everything that's out here in order to know. My problem is that I want to be able to help the city. We just approved certain software, right, for making us more efficient. How can we make this more efficient, that we can manage it? Because it's not going to happen through an Excel spreadsheet, right? And some of these have expiration dates on our CUPs. Some of them do not. Some of them are written as anybody here on the commission can bring it and we can stop it. You know, so they're all very different. All the requirements, all the, you know, and I hate to say, even, you know, listening to Pete, he was thinking noise ordinance different from what, you know, the community redevelopment is. So again, if he doesn't remember that and he shows up over there, then, you know, it's going to be a problem. You know, we've all experienced the problems of enforcing some of these things. That lot, and I know we said it's because of the hurricane, I just still don't understand why. Because that CUP is not being used to what it was approved.
I don't know if you've seen my recent legal opinion on that. It's only for the trade winds. Have you not seen that?
No.
I'll make sure I send that to you.
Okay.
Yeah, the current view is that CU is for trade winds off-premises parking, and that if there is a revision to the CU that changes the external traffic pattern, if some other hotel is using it from the south as opposed to the north, then that has to come back before you for a new CU approval.
Okay, so then all the weekends when people are walking across the street to go to the beach, those are the employees going to the beach, right? I'm not trying to be facetious, I'm just telling you that the problems that we're having is because of the enforcement. So, I mean, I'll request to put it on I don't know how, or work with.
I guess I would, so what you're describing sounds to me like an operational issue. So if the commission's, the direction I would be seeking is, are you asking me to bring a presentation back to how we would operationalize the management of CUPs, or what we're currently doing versus how we could improve it? Because it's, and then
I think that's what it would be, because I don't even know if we have something current. Like, how do we manage this big, huge pile? You know, how is it being managed? So yes, that's what I would ask. If we have a current one, what can we provide to make it more efficient?
Okay, the only thing I would ask is that this team that manages this right now is deep in trying to improve the operations of the permitting process. So this would just put an extra layer of a burden. So if I have specific issues, we have been reacting to those. We have a lot more detail on the specific issue you've brought up. that you're going to see in my weekly this week because the city attorney's office has been working with us. But this is a big project, so I would just ask for some grace on timing.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Robinson, you had two as well.
Yes, I do. The first one is just seeing if there is a way to do any sort of, in the permit department, doing any complaint form or any sort of reporting for dubious contractors, let's just say. It's come to my attention that there is a contractor that is with 4 different folks right now and is not licensed, and is actually operating under, I believe it's his father's license, and has been collecting monies and is not performing, and is using the same subcontractors on each one of those other people that he's working with. So I have concerns. If this is just one, there's more. I mean, and this is just the prime, we're just ripe for the picking. Any city out here who's been devastated like this with the amount of contractors. So I'm concerned on that. I'm concerned for the residents who are being taken advantage of, and wanted to see if there's a way that we, that we could do something to at least alert people, maybe have a list. I hate to add more work to everybody, but if there's something that we can do to report contractors, so that other people are aware of what's going on. If they're not registered, if they don't have a business license, no insurance, whatever the case may be, or, they've duped people in general. Short of Nextdoor.com, I mean, if these people are running through our business office, our permitting, then we should be aware of this. And we should be able to notify and have some notification to residents.
Don't we have it on our website, on the,
These should be reported to Pinellas County Construction Licensing Board, and they should also be reported to Florida Attorney General's office.
I already told the person to report it to our state attorney office here, and also DBPR.
Yep, that's another one, and Florida Attorney General Tallahassee.
So I did do that, and there's a couple other suggestions that I gave them. But, being that they're running through our permitting department as contractors, as licensed contractors, I think we need to be aware of it as well.
We could maybe put together a one-piece.
Fill out a form?
Well, and also just a paper, almost like a dashboard for the resident of here's all the contacts, easy, what to do, the next steps, have them in the permit office, put them online, push it out on social media. That could be just to raise awareness. Are you having problems with your contractor?
Right.
Here are the steps you can take, because we don't have any
well, we don't have any recourse here.
Enforcement. We don't have the jurisdiction over it, but we can really make it simple.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know that all the subcontractors have to be registered, but what about the GCs? Are we not making sure that the GCs are registered and only subcontractors?
The issue that we're running into
with Pinellas County also.
The issue that we're running into is the 90% of people that pull their own permits. And so I think, because everybody else, we do verify against DBPR. I mean, I've seen those emails when they came in because their contractor, for some reason, DBPR was down for about 3 or 4 days a couple of months ago, and that created some issues. But for the other 90%, that's where the issue is. And so if we just add that as part of the package where it says, hey, make sure you use a licensed contractor. If they're unlicensed, here's the website you can verify their license, and here's where you can report them if they don't. So if we put that in the package, we used to have the bandit signs out. I think State of Florida put those out, and then we've had it on social media multiple times where we put that information out as well. You had one other item?
Oh, yes, and I had one. I was just in Indianapolis, and I brought this up to city attorney's attention as well to look into. They're doing a 10% cap on corporate ownership of residential areas. And it was just something I thought would be interesting to look at, considering I know that a lot of residents are concerned with corporate America taking over our residential neighborhoods. So just interested in finding out what we can find out on that, because that would not be necessarily a comp plan item.
I'd have to research that and take a look. And we also have that Senate Bill 180, I'll have to check that out. And then there's probably some constitutional issues too. So I'll take a look into that, thank you.
And that was it.
Okay, next we have reports. City Clerk.
The only thing I have to report is that at this time, I have not yet received any applicants to fill the commission vacancy
For District 4.
for District 4.
What?
You just got to stay. No, just kidding.
Right. You-
I said you have to stay.
You can just do a reenactment of Weekend at Bernie's. You just tie you to that chair and prop you up.
I'm still a resident.
City Manager,
No report.
City Attorney,
Nothing this evening.
District 4,
Nothing further. I've said enough.
District 3.
There's just a general membership meeting and community social for DCPOC on August 14th, and at that point, they're going to be also talking about the 100th year celebration for the Don Cesar neighborhood.
District 2,
Nothing other than just I have library hours on June 20th. It's a Friday from 5 to 5:45 p.m.
and District 1.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. We are adjourned.